adoption of digital transformation, particularly to drive efficiencies on the shop floor. If you were to look at decarbonization across, I know, folks, the presentations disappeared from the screen. But if you were to look at decarbonization per se, there's early usage, like I mentioned earlier, as far as hydrogen in steel production is concerned. Carbon capture is, notwithstanding the fact that in India the cost of transporting carbon dioxide is fairly expensive, but within plant carbon capture pilot projects are in some form or the other there. India has a scheme on, perform, achieve, and trade.
blast furnaces. So they've already accumulated quite some experience in running this process since it's been around for more than 15, 18 years. So with this, where POSCO is undergoing a transformation to the next dimension, which is called the Hyrex process. And this process, it basically replaces coal with pure hydrogen and enabling a reduction process in which the only byproduct is, of course, water. And POSCO is aiming to have the first batch of commercial production by this Hyrex process out by 2030. And next, we have Hyundai Steel. Hyundai Steel, they also have initiative which is called the
market. We heard yesterday from Prime Minister Modi that steel is an incredibly sensitive, strategically important and national security to development of countries and economies. So why do we invite international partnerships? And I think we need to be very clear on this point. For me, there are three important factors that we need to take account of. The first is essentially the elephant in the room. More than 50%, of course, of steel production is concentrated in China. All of the rest of the countries around the room combined are producing less steel than a single member country. I say that with great admiration for the Chinese project. Of course, around 80% of Australia is the largest exporter of iron ore in the world, and more than 80% of our production goes to China. But we as a country also have serious plans to manufacture, increase manufacture of steel in our own country. And when we think about that, I think it implies that to compete at that level, to compete with an incumbent that is so dominant in the marketplace, we need to consider international collaboration. And one of the observations I would make from my own work in this area, I have been in for 3 years, but in Australia posting for about 6 months before that. One of the that I have is just how strategic and how targeted China is in collaborating with the absolute pinnacle and best innovation from across the world. Let me offer an example. When the steel, when SRTMI was getting started under its previous CEO, Mr. Rajat Kumar, who was a good friend of mine, he approached me when I was still in Australia and said, you know, we have identified a technology breakthrough at Australia's National Science Labs, CSIRO, called dry slag granulation. Many of you may be already aware of that technology. This is a technology that took about 15 years to develop in the labs of Australia's National Science Agency. It effectively eliminates the need for water in granulation of slag by an ingenious process. I've seen it in operation. It boils down to a special disc onto which the slag is dripped, and using centrifugal force, that slag is granulated. The heat is captured again and put back into the recycling process. And the Indian steel industry had 3.5 years ago expressed an interest in collaborating with Australia on that technology. I was the counsellor, like I was responsible on the Australian government side for being aware of these innovations and looking for opportunities to collaborate with India. But by the time I found the lab, the relevant lab, and when it approached the head of the lab, we were already a year behind the commercialization offer that had been already made with a Chinese company. Now, it has since been in my mind to understand how on earth did the Chinese system identify in Australia such a pivotal technology, which has since proved its commercialization value for that Chinese firm, and for the offer of a relatively small amount of investment that was significant for that lab. That Chinese company has now acquired exclusive rights to be able to collaborate with that technology. It requires a great deal of sophistication in understanding what is happening internationally, but also which technologies are going to be commercially impactful and which not. I myself have developed my own metrics, but as a single person, I think it's very difficult for us to understand which technologies to see the future and to invest in those technologies. So I wanted to offer that as a reminder and a wake-up call that we are in a very, very sharp game of trying to support our own leading manufacturers. This brings me to my second point, which is fundamentally we are all self-interested countries. We are all doing the best we possibly can, not only for our industries, but for our technologies. And so the question does arise, why would we collaborate on a technology perspective with foreign partners ahead of the research expertise we already have. I've been so impressed with the experts I've seen in the Indian system, across the country. The criticality again boils down to the same point I was making earlier. We need to be very targeted, strategic, and logical in terms of understanding what are our own research and research capabilities. Where are the gaps in that research capability, and which partners internationally bring a strong foundation that can add to that perspective. I think it is not enough for us to turn up at the table and say, we generally, we play a lot of cricket, we enjoy each other's culture, let's collaborate. I think now is the time to be very strategic in terms of how we deploy our collaboration. I want to just raise on that front the Australia-India Green Steel Partnership. CSIRO, which I mentioned earlier, is already working with key institutes in India on 5 different areas. The first, and again, what I'm trying to highlight here is that these areas of collaboration are ones that Australia brings a certain comparative advantage as a massive, very specialized raw materials provider to the world, as the world's largest iron ore producer, as the world's largest exporter of metallurgical coal, as the world's largest exporter of many critical minerals. So these areas leverage that expertise but look to capture more value to both countries, and they are premised on the idea that Australian expertise can use and partner with Indian scale, steel manufacturing scale, to reach globally competitive markets. The first is around fundamental categorization and cold upgrading of low-grade. Both Australia and India were once many millions of years ago connected in a supercontinent of Gondwana, and so we have many similar ore characteristics in our iron ore stage. What this project looks at is how we can understand the deposition of phosphorus and alumina and other impurities in iron ore, in our iron ores, and to process that better for green steel applications. I'll quickly go through the rest. The use of biomass in the production of green steel, carbon capture and storage and recycling, the use of geothitic ores in DRI furnaces, and also the use of hydrogen plasma smelting. Now that is a much more in-principle theoretical and long-term project. Finally, I just want to mention the third point that is very important is when we invite our research leaders and technology providers to come and collaborate in foreign countries, we need to provide them support to ensure that the opportunities are shared, that the partnerships are mutually beneficial, that intellectual property allows them to scale with the confidence that that will still return dividends to them. So it is not a single-way project. That is important because if we have even a few examples early on where the partnerships are imbalanced or don't work in the favor of both countries, then we will discourage future partnership. So I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sanjeev. And and really like the emphasis you made on targeted R&D focus. I'm just going to call Masafumi Senda-san to kind of come in.
Good morning. I am Masafumi Senda, Japanese government official of METI, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. Currently, I have been working as head of NEDO New Delhi office. NEDO, New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization, is an R&D funding agency under METI. The objective is to research, development, and demonstration of new technologies with the aim of improving Japan's global competitiveness and addressing decarbonization in the world. I am grateful for the invitation. 2025, I am attending on behalf of the Japanese government. Japan and India are special strategic and global partners and implementing various industrial cooperation initiatives. Japan supports India's Big Seed Bharat. Japan's knowledge, technology, and investment can significantly contribute to the achieving this goal. Japan accounts for approximately 6% of cumulative FDI into India since 2000. Notably, over 60% of Japanese investment is in manufacturing. This makes Japan an indispensable partner in India's Make in India policy. With India's growth, Japan's companies are actively in Nippon Steel, Japan's largest manufacturer, is investing through ArcelorMittal India and employs 12,000 people. It is currently expanding its steel plant in Hazira, Gujarat, a total investment of approximately 1.1 trillion rupees to date. Additionally, the company decided in March to construct a new steel plant in Andhra Pradesh. JFE Steel, Japan's second largest investor, has invested has provided technical support as a partner. JFE aims to production of special steel, so-called grains-oriented flat-rolled electrical steel, used in transformers and other applications. In February last year, JFE established a joint venture with JSW Steel, JFE Electrical Steel. Production is planned to begin in Karnataka in the future. So moving on to the carbon reduction. So in light of the Paris Agreement in 2060, Japanese government has declared carbon neutrality by 2015. To achieve this goal, we have been advancing on a variety of policies and initiatives for the steel industries, including support for the development of hydrogen reduction technology and financing for transition. In Japan and India, a public-private collaborative meeting is being held to promote the development of environmental and energy-saving technologies with the Indian steel industries, and information is being exchanged. Japan intends to cooperate with India in achieving its policy goal of increasing the crude steel production capacity to 500 million tons by 2047 with innovation in steelmaking. And so moving on to Japan's current status of CO2 emission in steel industries, the emission from steel sector accounted for 30% in the industrial sector in 2022. In particular, steel iron making process, so-called upstream process, accounts for approximately 80%. So we think that technology development is key to addressing this challenge. In this regard, Japanese government has established the Green Innovation Fund to support national R&D project to decarbonizing the iron and steel making process. NEDO, our organization, has been in charge of the fund. The fund will support up to about 450 billion yen over a 10-year period. Blast furnace, direct reduction, electric finance, all of the methods have advantages and also challenges in terms of steelmaking. For example, while carbon reduction is an exothermic reaction, hydrogen reduction is an endothermic reaction and causes the temperature to drop. Hydrogen must be heated to increase the rate of hydrogen reduction. Technology to handle endothermic reaction is required. As for electric furnace, a sufficient amount of scraps needs to be procured. In addition, scraps are known to contain impurities such as metal elements, which would degrade the characteristic of steel materials. For this reason, Japan has been developing low carbon technology of several steel making methods in parallel. Moreover, in order to expand the global market for green steel, international cooperation towards harmonization on carbon footprint, such as definition of green steel, measurement technologies, and the data collection framework, this type of collaboration is also necessary. Japan will continue to work with relevant international stakeholders. Before I finish, I would like to extend an invitation to all of you. The World Expo has been held in Osaka, Japan, from this April and to the end to October this year. We are showcasing the Japanese cutting-edge technologies, including the hydrogen fuel cell sieve and the hydrogen co-firing power generation. And I hope all of you come to the Osaka Expo and enjoy new technologies. And this concludes my remarks today. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Senda-san, and thank you for the invite. Can I now request Shri Kalyan Kumar Bhattacharya, Group Chief Sustainability Officer and VP Energy, Jindal Stainless, to kind of talk through. We are running a little behind, so if you could just limit it to 2-3 minutes.
Thank you, Ashwin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm representing Jindal Stainless Limited. It's the largest stainless steel producer in India, with a current capacity of about 3 million tons per annum. And we are commanding over, let's say, 80% of the domestic and export requirements from India. Giving a perspective about the stainless steel industry globally, so stainless steel, it has seen a CAGR of 3.5% year on year. And as we all know that China has been commanding over 63% of the global stainless steel production and consumption, while stainless steel in the developed countries, they are in double digit, about 20 kgs per capita consumption. India, it's grown from 1.2 to just about 2.6 kgs per capita of stainless steel consumption. A huge potential, and where the government is pushing the infrastructure and public infrastructure, we see a great opportunity for stainless steel demand coming up in various sectors like architecture, building construction, automotive, railway, transport, process industries, and niche industries like nuclear, defense, and marine applications. So where JSL sees opportunity in its growth, it's also seeing the responsibility in the green path. So we having our primary production route through the electric arc furnace, we can see better opportunity to be in a less carbon intensive production. With the electric arc furnace being our route, we have typical other challenges like the energy mix and other like our hydrogen, use of hydrogen, and various other things. So we have seen Deloitte presenting the cases for decarbonization in industries. Yes, those are relevant. So it starts with the circularity, then goes to the process optimization, reconfiguration, digital enablement, energy substitution, then feedstock optimization. One thing is certain, that even while doing this, we have just at the step change. There is a need for deep decarbonization which lies beyond, that is a carbon capture utilization, which is far beyond the reach of normal producers in terms of scale, because it doesn't fit the economics. So you see the CCUS, the potential, it's growing in India. It will take some time because the economics doesn't work. Economies of scale doesn't work out in favor. The hydrogen, yes, the hydrogen economy is building in India. We have the first pilot hydrogen plant in the steel sector. We have installed a 90 cubic meter green hydrogen plant in Rohisar unit, and that's catering to a different application that's in annealing, While we know that hydrogen can be used as a direct reducing agent or even as a partial reducing agent, partially replacing the PCI in blast furnace, we have implemented to replace cracked ammonia, which we use in annealing. So hydrogen can see several energy substitution, being an energy vector, where besides the reduction, it can also be blended in the fuel. So we are looking forward to the next step is blending into our fuel in our other fuel gas system, where you can blend up to 5 to 10% depending on the usage points. The other thing we should not forget is that we have to look at the value chain decarbonization. It's not just the process. We look at our process. We also have to look at the value chain decarbonization and the upstream as well as downstream. So logistic decarbonization is very essential when we look at the whole value chain in terms of getting your supplying of iron ore, like Mr. Sanjeev was saying, that we can proceed towards a green iron ore. And I think there was a presentation by Australia about the green iron ore, green pellets that could be used in the industry for decarbonization right from the feedstock levels. And also looking at our other supply partners who are supplying us the refractories, who supply us the other material, besides scrap. Scrap is, let's say, it's 100% recyclable, so as a raw material scrap we can put aside. The other raw material which we use, like refractories, dolomite and other things, they have to be made green. Means our supply chain partners need to look at the areas where they can supply us the green material to make the whole process in a green value chain. Then comes the logistic decarbonization, where we see a lot of challenges because of the rail network not being very efficient down to the last mile connectivity. We are quite dependent on the roadways. So the roadways, you see, we need to reduce our dependence on trucks. Connectivity from the steel, integrated steel producers, right from mines to the doorstep of customers or the distributors, must be, we should see how we can expand our rail network so that we can reduce our emissions from logistics. Regarding the alternate energy, we are quite dependent on captive power plants. You see, India being a large country, and there is a huge demand of energy. So the dependence on coal-based thermal energy still remains, because the grid cannot support all the steel industries put together. The grid, I mean the electric power grid in India. So we have to depend on our own captive power plant, and that's where our emission intensity is a bit higher when we add that thermal coal-based power generation. So this is where we need to match the global producers like Europe, who enjoy the grid, and it's a very low emission intensity in Europe. It's powered by nuclear, the hydro, and renewable energy, while in Europe, it's like in many countries, it's fossil fuel based, it's just 30%. The rest all is either nuclear or clean energy. In India, it's other side. The coal-based thermal energy is more in the grid. So we are seeing how we can increase the reach of the grid energy to all the consumers to switch from the coal-based thermal energy to clean energy. So we are seeing a push from the government in the nuclear sector also, and we are seeing some kind of participation by private sector, and NPCIL taking the lead for expanding the nuclear base. That will provide the clean energy, and there it has also opened it to the private sector. So I see a potential in the nuclear energy sector where the private sector can establish their own nuclear energy, and that will give them the clean energy as an alternate to the coal-based energy. The other challenges in India are the biomass, access to biomass as an alternate to carbon reductant. Biomass chain, that supply chain has to be established, that production to aggregation to biomass supply and forming it into the pellet or briquettes, that's usable form in the industry as a reductant. The scrap availability has to be streamlined. We are fully dependent on scrap. The availability of quality scrap sorted, because in stainless steel we cannot be using all the kind of scrap. It's the quality and the sorting is very essential. In stainless steel, we need segregated scrap in the different grades of austenitic and ferritic and the MS scraps. CCU is another challenging area. In India, there is a issue. I mean, there is hardly any sites for sequestration or even the EO
one, hey, check. Check test. One, hey, check. Check. Hey, check. Check. One, hey, check. One, hey, hey. Check test. One, hey.
Check this. Check this. Check. Check. मिक्स भी नहीं आ रहा हाँ check this, hey, check, check, अभी check, hey, check, 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 hey, hey, अभी check, check, उसमें तो check, अरे एक्सलर तो डालने दे, check, बंद है, check, hey, 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 check, hey, और चल रहा है कॉर्डलेस अपना 1 2 3 41 42 43 44 43 म्यूट है हाँ 43 को 8 बनाओ पहला ना यस चेक ग्रिड आ रहा है उसमें ग्रिड आ रहा है
सिग्नल है मतलब ग्रिड आ रहा है एक्सएलआर का ग्रिड आ रहा है
मतलब यहाँ से 1 मिनट होगा चेक इधर जैक बट इसका क्यों नहीं आ रहा है इसको तो चालू है इसको तो चालू
check this, what to check, check, this, what to check, check, check this, what to check, check this, what to check, mic test, what, check, this, what to check, one, check, this, one, to check, उसने कैमरा ऑडियो मैं लाइव रिफ्रेश check, 1 2 mic test
this hey this to hate this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope we can start now. All settled.
Phones on silent mode.
Just few sanity checkpoints. I request everyone to silent their phone. That's mandatory. No cross talks during the time of the round table. And we will now start the conversation around the round table for state of Odisha. The round table is intended to set the stage for impactful decision, fostering industry cooperation, sustainable growth in Odisha state sector while focusing on expanding steel production, green steel production, and strengthening raw material supply. With that, I request the opening remark from our chairman from Steel Authority, Mr. Armindu Prakash ji.
Thank you and welcome to the session. Good afternoon and namaskar. We are really honored as part of India Steel, sir, to welcome Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Sri Mohan Charan Manji, and his team to this session. Let us start with a round of applause for the Chief Minister's presence. Odisha today, practically in India, is the steel capital of India, of the nation. More than 40 million ton out of the 140 million ton production of steel in India comes from this single state. The production of iron ore in Odisha and the sources and the plans of Odisha are something that the whole nation and practically the whole world is looking up to. As we know, in the past 2 years, India has registered double-digit growth in steel production in India. Also, the steel consumption is rising. As the whole world looks at India as a steel hub, we are already the second largest steel producer in the world. The synonym of focus in terms of both input materials as well as final production of steel remains on the state of Odisha. That is why India Steel 2025 acknowledges the importance of the state, and a special session has been organized, and our Honorable Chief Minister has been kind enough to grace it. We also welcome Mr. Dal and Mr. Sarna to this meeting. Sir, we have got a very diversified presence of all industry leaders. Everybody looks up to Odisha for expanding their plans. We were just talking about Odisha. When India reaches 300 million ton, practically Odisha would have reached 130 million ton in one single state in India. We hope the deliberations today will help us in expanding on our plans, presenting our plans to the Honorable Chief Minister. Also, we would like to hear from the state, which has been focusing on ease of doing business, and we will see what examples are there. Sir, we also have a sizable international presence. Our friends from Russia and other countries are also present in the hall, and I'm sure they'll like to listen to you on your vision for the state. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opening remark, Armindu sir. We request with this note, we'll first appreciate the overall session that has been created by FICCI on the India Steel and organizing such a vast event in such a short notice. But first of all, for the Odisha's roundtable, our Honorable Chief Minister from Odisha is here. So thankful for him for presenting his viewpoint shortly. We also, as Armindu mentioned, that we have delegates from Russia. So we have Honorable Excellence Shri Bobilel Pratt, Director Coal Industry Development, Ministry of Energy from Russian Federation. And we also have dignitaries coming from the overall India Steel as well as the ministry side of it. And it's one of the most important roundtable. I'm sure all of would be looking for it. And I request, again, everyone to don't have any crosstalks and have the phone silence. I'll quickly run through short presentation that we have on the India Steel sector, if that is presented quickly. Can we have the presentation, please? So while the presentation comes in, quickly from my side, I am Kapil Bansal. I am the partner in EY looking after energy transition and decarbonization, focusing on the steel sector. So we will quickly run through some of the perspective around Indian steel sector and its importance from the state of Odisha, and what are some of the recommendations that we can look for helping grow this sector. So quickly, if you look from an Indian steel sector perspective, globally there is a decline of 1%, but Indian, from a demand perspective, has grown by almost 6% on a CAGR, and the production has grown at a rate of 7%. That's the critical point to look at, that India is the consumption hub, while other global sectors are looking decrease in the Indian sector. India is the second largest steel producer, with a focus around the construction and infrastructure, which accounts for 75% of its growth. And we are looking towards almost growing from a 98 kgs, which is the lowest in per capita consumption of steel, to almost 158 kgs per capita consumption. The second important thing that we want to talk from a supply perspective is there has been continuous growth in the production, but in last 2 years, which is the full of FY24 and 9 months of FY25, we have moved from a net exporter to a net importer. And this has been signifies that the supply is continuously growing in India. And a lot of this has come from China, Japan, and South Korea, which does talks about there has been a lot of low carbon steel entering into Indian context in last few months. And one of the reasons for it is the tariff that has been looked for from US. And for that, two things have to be importantly looked at. One, how can we create an environment for our domestic growth and supply to be fulfilled by the domestic producers? Second, we look for creating some policies around any anti-dumping. And finally, for creating an opportunity for free trade agreements with other nations. And then, as we see, the growth has been continuously growing from an Indian raw material security. While iron ore, we are Atmanirbhar. From an coking coal, is that something that we have to look for? And then finally, India is the only country that has created its green steel taxonomy. So sustainability is an important element towards achieving its net zero goal of 2070, which our Honorable Prime Minister has laid down in COP. For that, we see while our intensity on an absolute numbers have been growing, but there are measures that are started taking. For example, carbon credit trading scheme that has been announced recently, the National Green Hydrogen support that is there. So a lot of initiatives have been taken in the last few years to helping towards becoming a sustainable and focusing more on the environment side along with our growth. As we move towards looking at Odisha, it's a very important state from the perspective of the steel growth. State of Odisha contributes 7.2% towards the GDP growth, and it has been continuously increasing in investment portfolio. Samrid has been a recent example where 2.3 lakh crores of investment has been committed. This will see not only the growth in the sector, but from the value chain across, adding almost 90,000 additional jobs. There would be roughly 21% growth in the production at a CAGR rate of next 6 to 7 years, growing from almost 31 metric tons today to almost 140 million metric tons, adding another 100 to 110 metric tons. That's the important factor that we have to see, as this roundtable will also talk about the growth that it's going to bring. We at EY has worked extensively with Ministry of Mines to see what are the initial best practices and initiatives that the government has taken towards its growth. The few of them are implementation of Go Plus, which helps in the continuous ease of doing business and implementing these projects. Looking at auctions and operationalization of these auctions of the mines. Looking in terms of driving long-term linkage policies. Helping in terms of the overall licensing systems that can bring transparency. Bringing auction facilitation post the auctions have been done. And finally, helping in terms of overall endorsement and enforcement squads, which will ensure that what has been decided is executed in a most transparent and equal manner. And finally, when we look from all the players who are sitting over here are contributing towards it, 60 to 64% is coming from the established major players, which is SAIL, Tata Steel, Jindal Steel and Power, which constitute almost 65% of the production that is done in the state of Odisha. But there is immense potential in the state of Odisha, where we are seeing almost 3 lakh crores of investment, which has been planned by 5 different players and their joint ventures to add this 80 metric ton, and then there are others who will add another 20 million metric tons over next 3 to 5 years. They are in the various stage of either construction is going on or the announcements have been done towards it. Finally, for this day, I have looked into some of the focus area. While the central and state government has taken a lot of initiatives towards steel production, its raw material security, a lot has to be done from the corporate sides towards ensuring that the coking coal is being domestically being produced, the skills and the R&D investments are being done so that there is growth in the innovations that we always lack, and focusing on more on the sustainability, because as we see from the largest producer, China, they are reducing their emissions from almost 2 million metric tons, 2 gigatons to almost 1.2 gigatons. Where are we doubling? So a focus should be there on the sustainability side. With that note, I'd like to open the floor for the next discussion on address by each speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bansal, for giving us this insights into what India's steel sector in general and Odisha's steel sector in particular is looking forward to. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely honored by your presence here today. I am Hemant Sharma, Additional Chief Secretary Industries, Government of Odisha. With me on the dais is also Shri Nikunj Bihari Dhal. He is the Additional Chief Secretary to Honorable Chief Minister Odisha. And also on my left-hand side, I have Sudhanshu Samal, who is the Managing Director of Odisha Mining Corporation. Of course, our Honorable Chief Minister Shri Mohan Charan Maji leads the Odisha delegation. And we are extremely thankful to each one of you to have accepted the invitation extended by Ministry of Steel, Government of India, by FICCI, and also by the Government of Odisha. We are apologizing for the lack of chairs and seating space in this hall. That actually speaks volumes about the story of Odisha. Actually, Odisha is like that. We have more demand for investments in Odisha than we have land. We have more demand for ores from Odisha than we have ores right now today. But similarly, we have more demand for chairs in any session for Odisha than we have planned for today. But I can assure you that as we move forward, we would have more and more chairs for you. Each one of you will get a space in Odisha. Each one of you will get a land for your factory in Odisha. And each one of you will have opportunities to invest in Odisha. To move this discussion forward, ladies and gentlemen, we have split this session into two parts. In part A, we would give you some insights into what is it that Odisha is going to do in the next few years to make steel making in Odisha a even better success story than what it is today. First, we would see a very short, brief audio visual about the overall industrial development situation in Odisha, which will give you a flavor of things to come. This will be followed by a very brief presentation by my colleague, Sri Sudhanshu Samal, who is the Managing Director of OMC. This presentation has been curated in order to address the most important challenge, which is the raw materials challenge before the steel industry. And I'm sure that most of you are looking forward to hear from him that what is it that the government of Odisha has in store for us, so to address the raw material challenge. May I request the team now to play the audio video, please.
महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ जी की कृपा से उड़ीसा देश की विकास यात्रा के ग्रोथ इंजन पैकी एक होगा.
Welcome to the land of bountiful nature, vibrant culture, and deep-rooted history. Welcome to the land where burgeoning growth meets unfathomable potential, leading to boundless opportunities. Welcome to Odisha.
is no deficit. It has a business orientation.
This state is progressing leaps and bounds to come and invest in Odisha.
Welcome you to invest in Odisha, where endless opportunities are poised to meet a radiant future. Come and explore new opportunities.
Come invest in Odisha because this is the right time. यही समय है, सही समय है.
यही समय है, सही समय है ताली बजाने के लिए. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that this video must have given you a flavor of what Odisha is. What is it that we are doing under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister and our Honorable Chief Minister? To take this discussion forward, we will first address the most basic and the most important challenge which the steel industry faces today. How is it that Government of Odisha, in conjunction with Government of India, is trying to settle the raw material challenge is what my colleague, Odisha Mining Corporation Managing Director, Mr. Samal, will present before you in a short and brief presentation. Close.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Odisha session. And it is an open secret that Odisha is having the largest reserve of iron ore and chromite. We are the #1 in terms of reserve. We are also #1 in terms of production. And at Odisha Mining Corporation is also one of the largest mining companies in India. If you go by the figure, last 5 years, we are maintaining a constant share of India's iron ore production, and roughly around 62% is our production of the entire nation. And we also contribute 100% of state, 100% of the country's chromite production. As we all know, the crude steel industry is going for a robust production, and we're expecting by 29-30, the nation's production is going to touch 235 million ton. Odisha is all set to enhance its production up to 100 million ton. And for that, we'll be requiring a total iron ore production of 370 million ton for the entire country. And we go by the projection of Odisha, by 2029-30, the total production of India will be 390 million ton. And out of that, Odisha itself will be producing around 240 million ton, which is more than 60% of the country's total production. And OMC also going to maintain its continuous effort to enhance its production up to 76 million ton. And all these projections are based on certain important facts. In coming 5 years, another 14 mineral auction blocks are going to be operationalized, and this will add to 44 million ton of production of iron ore into the total kitty. And in addition, the existing auction mine also we are going to enhance the existing production by another 20 million ton. And that will lead to these projections. And this production enhancement is backed by solidly by the exploration activities which has been undertaken by the government of Odisha. In next 5 years, 38 iron blocks will also be completing its exploration, and the mineral resource mapping and the development of drill core library in this regard are going to assist us in a very substantial manner. We also have a long-term linkage policy to provide raw material security to the state-based end user. And as on today, we are having 65 LTL buyers for iron ore and 9 buyers of chrome ore in the state. And in the coming months, we are going to auction in this financial itself 30 mineral blocks, out of which 20 will be itself the iron ore auction. And by this, we are ensuring that year-on-year growth will be minimum 6%, and year-on-year dispatch will be minimum 8%. In fact, it will be more than this. And also, we are facilitating the statutory clearances and technological intervention to assist all these projections. We are just not concentrating on the production itself, we are also concentrating on the evacuation network. So the present scenario is 40 to 60% rail and road. And this is going to increase rail to 50%, slurry pipeline by 30%, and road by 20% next 10 years. We are also enhancing the existing mineral dispatch corridor in terms of investment in road network in the mineral-rich areas. And this is assisted by the technological intervention in terms of EUA bridges, e-check gates, and simplified permits and e-pass system to ensure simple evacuation things. To conclude, we can safely conclude that Odisha stands apart from the rest of the country with regards to sufficient availability of raw materials for the future investment, which is solidly backed by strong mineral exploration strategy, production enhancement through auction of mineral blocks, robust long-term linkage policy for the state-based end users, and at the same time, robust plan for strengthening logistic infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sudhanshu, for giving us this flavor of what is it that Odisha has to offer in terms of increased availability of raw material and how, in what form and manner it will be made available to you. Ladies and gentlemen, now on behalf of Government of Odisha, I would be making a presentation on overall industrial situation in Odisha with special focus on the steel industry, upcoming policies of the state government, and what is new, what is exactly new in the industrial ecosystem of Odisha. I would try to use this mic in order to be a better. In the presentation which was made by my colleague, we basically focused on the raw material security. Yesterday in the CEO session which was here, we came to this understanding that the real crux of the matter lies in raw material, logistics, and the technical ecosystem. We will try and address some of those issues in my presentation. But first, let's take a look. What is it that makes Odisha so special for the steel industry? Why is it that the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha is personally present here? We'll be here for the whole day today, and we'll try to have meetings with each one of you individually or in groups so as to understand your challenges and also to make you understand what is exactly that Government of Odisha is trying to do for the steel sector. You know, this is our Honorable Prime Minister. If you would have looked at the video, he started his statement by saying that Odisha will be the growth engine of the development journey of the country in the next 25 years. Ladies and gentlemen, mark 3 words here. First is Odisha, the second is growth engine, and the third is next 25 years. That means he is not talking of the past 25 years. He is talking of the next 25 years, the future. The future actually lies in Odisha, and we are not saying it. It is our Honorable Prime Minister of the country who is saying it. But what is this growth engine? Where does this growth engine word come from? This growth engine word comes from the leadership which is brought to the table by our Honorable Chief Minister, who very recently in the month of June took over the new government of Odisha, and he has brought in a new era of progress shaped by the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. But what that vision is centered around two pillars. One is the synchronous implementation of central government and state government policies, and the second is whole of government approach. Try to bring in teamwork, try to bring in whole of the government to tackle most important problems. But what is this growth engine that we are talking of? So I'll try and explain to you by this animation. For any state, the strategic advantages, the advantages come from its geography and economy, which is basically run by the state's political system. It is called polity. The geographical advantage, the geographical features, and the state polity come together to run this wheel of economy, and that is how a state's economy runs. Whether it is Odisha or Chhattisgarh or Maharashtra or Delhi or any other state in India, this is applicable. What is so special about Odisha? So special about Odisha is that when the union government support also joins together, the state policy, the state political system and the government of India political system, they work together to run this engine of growth, and then it acquires size, it also acquires speed. This is the growth engine which Honorable Prime Minister was talking about. This is the synchronous working of Government of India and the state government, which is making our economy grow, which is also making our economy grow at a faster rate. But where does this geographical advantage come from? This geographical advantage comes from two characters. One is that we are a mineral-rich state and we are a coastal state. So Odisha is a mineral-rich coastal state. There are states in India like Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh which are mineral-rich but not coastal. There are states in India which are coastal, for instance Andhra Pradesh, but not mineral-rich. Odisha has this double advantage of being both a mineral-rich state as well as a coastal state. Mineral richness comes from our geographical abundance. We are #1 producer of chromite, #1 in nickel, #1 in bauxite, manganese, iron ore, and just about #2 in coal in terms of reserves. So we have 96% of India's chrome, 92% of India's nickel, more than half of India's bauxite, almost half of India's manganese, 35% of India's iron ore, and 25% of India's coal. But that actually is not the real story. The real story is that with 35% of India's iron ore, we are contributing to 60% of India's iron ore production. With 25% of India's iron ore, we are contributing to 60% of, with 25% of India's coal reserves, we are contributing to 55% of India's coal production. That is the advantage of Odisha. The second advantage of Odisha in terms of the reserves is shown in this map. Our mineral resources are spread throughout the geography of Odisha, which means that they are not concentrated in one district or in one particular location, unlike many other states or countries in the world. Therefore, it is easier to extract. Why is it that with 25% of India's coal, we can sell 60% of India's coal extraction? That is because our coal reserves are spread out across geographies. Same thing for iron ore, same thing for bauxite, and almost a similar thing for other metals, other resources like limestone. Most importantly, do take a look at the last row, which is rare earth minerals. These rare earth minerals, Odisha is the largest reserve of rare earth minerals in India. Ilmenite, monazite, which become the basic raw material for the wonder metal titanium. And whether it is titanium metal or titanium slag or TiO2 pigment, the next wave of growth which is going to happen in super specialty alloys required for defense and aerospace applications and for sophisticated applications in the electric mobility business will come from Odisha. This is a new opportunity for all of you. Now, what is the opportunity there? The first opportunity is that across this value chain, the first thing is that Odisha will produce more ore. The first message which we want to communicate to you is that Odisha will produce more ore, which means that in the mining value chain, starting from beneficiation to pelletization to value addition, across this mining value chain, you will have opportunities. More and more beneficiation plants will be set up, more and more pelletization plants will be set up, more and more logistics operations will be required across this mining value chain. Same thing similar story is repeating in the metal sector. We used to be #1 producer of iron ore. Today we are #1 producer of steel. We were always #1 producer of chrome. We are the #1 producer of stainless steel. We were always the largest producer of bauxite, but now we are the largest producer of alumina, largest producer of aluminium. That means this policy of value addition is actually enabling us not only to have the ore advantage, but to convert the ore advantage into the metal advantage. Just recall the mineral map which I showed to you across this geography and look at this map. You would notice that very intelligently, in a very intelligent and planned manner, our industrial facilities, metallurgical clusters are coming up in areas where our mineral clusters are. And this is all a matter of planning. Therefore, this ore advantage is getting converted into the metal advantage also. Again, how are we trying to leverage our spread of resources and the coastal advantage? Look at this map. From ore to industrial clusters, that you could say it from, for instance, from Keonjhar to Kalingnagar, and from Kalingnagar to Paradip, or from Jharsuguda to Gopalpur, or Jharsuguda to Dhamra, or from Rayagada and Koraput to Gopalpur, or Paradip, or Dhamra. Our port locations with efficient road and rail networks are connected with our industrial facilities, and our industrial facilities are connected with our mineral bearing regions. Therefore, across this value chain, from mining to beneficiation to pelletization to steel making to specialty steel making, this across value chain, we have tremendous opportunities for all of you. This, as I explained to you, we started with ore, came up to metals and metallurgy. Now this area is expanding. The ecosystem is expanding. We had, in the year 2005, one steel plant of 5 million ton capacity. Now we have 40 million ton capacity, and this 40 million ton will become 100 million ton. Subsequently, it will become 130 million ton. Is that the entire story? That is just part of the story. The real story lies in ancillary and downstream opportunities which come. We could have 5 steel plants of 25 million ton capacity, but if it was to become 125 million ton, then we will have SMS, we will have Danieli, we will have Prime Metal, we will have Krosaki, we will have TYK, we will have Caldris, we will have Magna, and this is exactly what has happened. All these companies, they don't make steel, they help make steel. All these companies which are mentioned here, they don't make steel, they make further downstream products from steel. And this value chain continues to expand in Odisha, therefore there are even more opportunities. I already explained it to you. The coastal advantage enables us for large-scale material movement. Why should the AMNS plant come up at Paradip? Because it is 24 million ton. You can't move 100 million ton of material just by roads and railways. Why should the JSW plant come up at Paradip? Because it is 23 million ton, and you cannot move all this material unless you are located at the port. For large facilities, the port-based locations in Odisha provide good opportunities. Therefore, when the next wave of growth, which Bansalji from EY was also alluding to, the next wave of growth in the steel sector is also going to come from decarbonization. Whether it is green hydrogen or electric arc furnace or industrial arc furnace route, Odisha stands a better chance. Why? Because we are power surplus, and also because we are investing heavily because of our policies and infrastructure in green hydrogen, in renewable energy, pump storage projects, floating solar projects. And most of the large steel producers or aluminum producers in Odisha are now also simultaneously investing in renewable energy, in floating solar plants, and in pump storage plants. The names which are mentioned here, Wari, for instance, is setting up a 10 gigawatt solar module plant in Odisha. Inox Wind is setting up a 4 gigawatt solar module plant in Odisha. Quant, Ampin, Future, Luminous, Sova Solar, why are they in Odisha? We are unlike Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh, where most of the solar plants have been set up. They are looking at this steel opportunity. They are looking at the metallurgical opportunity. when this segment goes towards decarbonization, the next wave of growth in renewable energy is going to come in Odisha. And these are all well-known Indian modern companies who are pre-positioning themselves in Odisha to catch on to the wind when it starts. These are the four basic drivers of our industrial growth: good industrial incentives, good industrial infrastructure, a very good investment facilitation, and a skilled workforce. I will very briefly touch upon this. This is our industrial policy of the what is called IPR. In steel sector and in metallurgical sector, for all ancillary units, for downstream units, in metallurgical sector, we categorize them as what is called a priority sector. If you are into capital goods, if you are into capital mechanical electric goods, if you are into automotive goods, you are categorized as thrust sector, which is exactly what we have categorized Kalyani Steels. Kalyani Steels Limited, they are setting up a titanium complex, they are setting up a super specialty alloys complex in Odisha, and we have offered them 50% capital investment subsidy without any upper limit. They will be investing 20,000 crore, government of Odisha would be investing 10,000 crores along with them. Same story for many of others. Why is that SMS has now a large facility in Bhubaneswar, close to Bhubaneswar? A, because the steel sector is growing. B, because our incentives make it easier to set up and run efficient businesses in Odisha. Do take a careful look at this map. I will play it in an animation mode for you. This is how our industrial infrastructure is located. All along the coast, we have these ports coming up. Close to these ports, we have good industrial areas. We have the National Highway 16, which is Kolkata to Chennai. And along this national highway, we have good industrial areas. On the western side, where we are borders with Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, we have the Western Economic Corridor and 9 loads where we have good industrial lands available. Similarly, there is a central road which connects this coastal expressway with the Western Expressway, where we have Dhenkanal, where we have Angul, where we have Sambalpur, Rengali, where all these industrial facilities are coming up. This completes the map of industrial Odisha. In terms of single window services, this is my own photograph receiving the prize from Honorable Union Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji for the best single window services in the country. 54 clearances from 18 departments in one single application. Speed of doing business. After our Honorable Chief Minister took over, the speed, remember that double wheel I showed you, that double speed. In last 10 months alone, our government has cleared 187 projects, 4,48,000 crores of investment in meeting after meeting. Every month there is a meeting, every month Honorable Chief Minister takes a review and tries to expedite all these projects. I need to go back to this slide and show you these 3 photographs at the bottom. On the left hand side is Honorable Chief Minister, where he every month has a high level clearance authority. In the middle, you have the proof of the cake, right? Proof of the pudding is in its eating. It is where we, in 4 months, started project construction work in 21 industries out of the 145 which we had approved in the last 6 months. On the right hand side, you have a very unique photograph. This is Nestle's largest factory coming up in Odisha. It is the largest global lighthouse factory of Nestle in Odisha, close to Bhubaneswar, where Honorable Chief Minister laid the foundation stones. World-class skilling ecosystem, and our ITIs, polytechnics, and engineering institutions are known for producing skilled workers. This is my last slide. Again, do take a careful look. This is again related to the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Purvodaya, the growth of the East. This is what East, Northeast India looks like. This is Andhra, Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, West Bengal, Assam, and Northeast. This is 50 crores of India's population. 1/3 of India's population is in this region. Just look how Odisha is located in this region. Is it not central? It is central. You can actually have a presence in Odisha if you want to serve this market. We have a very senior team from Ratnamani Metals and Pipes present here. They are setting up a very large pipe manufacturing plant in Odisha. I had a meeting with them in the presence of Honorable Chief Minister a couple of weeks ago. And Honorable Chief Minister asked them कि आप लोग तो महाराष्ट्र में आपका इतना बड़ा प्लांट है, आप उड़ीसा में क्यों पाइप का प्लांट लगाना चाहते हैं? तो उन्होंने बताया कि सर हम लोग महाराष्ट्र में प्लांट स्टील का जो पाइप बनाते हैं, सारा स्टील तो उड़ीसा से लेके आते हैं, फिर वापस दोबारा पाइप अभी हम भेजते हैं बंगाल, आसाम, नॉर्थ ईस्ट, तो हमारा तो स्टील को लेके आने में 10,000 रुपया पर टन खर्च होता है केवल स्टील को लेके आने में, और वापस जब पाइप भेजते हैं तो हमको और 10,000 रुपया पर टन खर्च करना पड़ता है। अगर हम उड़ीसा में प्लांट लगाते हैं तो हमें तो 20,000 रुपया पर टन घर बैठे बच जाएगा, यही हमारी इसमें प्रॉफिट है, इसलिए हम उड़ीसा जा रहे हैं। ये इस मैप में हमने दिखाया है। कोई भी एनी इंडस्ट्री विच इज इन वेस्टर्न, सदर्न और नॉर्दर्न इंडिया wants to serve the growing eastern Indian market, right? And it wants to de-risk. Every industry wants to de-risk. Geographical risk also is a very big risk. All eggs should never be in one basket. If all factories are in Maharashtra, or all factories are in Chhattisgarh, or even all factories are in Odisha, this is a big geographical risk. Therefore, those companies who are in west, north and south, whenever they look forward to serve this growing eastern Indian market, they always think of Odisha as the place to start this business. That is our Odisha story, and that is why we say invest in Odisha, invest in future, because the future lies in Odisha. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hemanji, for such a lovely and enlightening presentation, as well as making sure that we all look towards Purvodaya. Given this point of time, there is so much been discussed, so given the paucity of time, I'll request the Honorable Excellence Shri Boble Pret from Director, Coal India Development, Ministry of Energy of Russian Federation, to really talk about his point of view, what he observed from an Indian, Odisha, and his collaboration from the Russian Federation to the Indian government.
Уважаемый господин Махамед Маджи, дорогие друзья, благодарю вас за предоставленное слово и возможность выступить на этом прекрасном мероприятии.
Dear Your Excellency Mahan Maji, dear friends, hello everyone. I'm grateful to be invited and having the opportunity to take part in this event.
Правительство Индии поставило перед собой задачу достигнуть производства 300 миллионов тонн стали уже к 30 году, а только в настоящее время 50% всей стали производится в штате Одиша. Для достижения поставленной столь амбициозной цели Индии потребуется более 160 миллионов тонн коксующихся углей с зольностью до 14%. На сегодня в Индии большая часть коксующихся углей имеет зольность 28-42%. А российский же уголь, как правило, имеет несоизмеримо меньшую зольность, как раз до 14%. Российский уголь отвечает стандартам самого высокого качества. И хочу напомнить, что буквально 3 года назад, осенью 2021 года, был подписан меморандум между Минэнерго России и Министерством стали Индии о взаимопонимании. В рамках этого меморандума была поставлена цель об увеличении поставок российского коксующегося угля в Индию до 40 миллионов тонн к 1935 году.
The government of India aims to produce 300 million tons of steel by 2030, and 50% of this steel is already produced in Odisha. To achieve this goal, India will require more than 160 million tons of coking coal with ash content of up to 14%, while the majority of coking coal produced in the Republic of India has an ash content of 28 to 42%. In turn, Russian coal meets the highest quality standards. I would like also to remind you that in the fall of 2021, a memorandum of understanding was signed between the Minister of Energy of Russia and the Minister of Steel of India regarding cooperation in the field of coking coal used for steel production, aiming to increase supplies to 40 million tons of coking coal by 2035.
И отмечу, что по результатам 2024 года Россия вошла в тройку основных поставщиков углей в Индию с объемом более 27 миллионов тонн. Напомню, что в 2021 году, буквально 3 года назад, мы поставляли в Индию всего лишь 6,5 миллионов тонн. То есть за 3 года нашей совместной работы мы выросли с вами в нашем взаимодействии более чем в 4,5 раза.
We'd like to also note that by the end of 2024, Russia is positioning itself in the third in terms of coal supplies to India with a volume of 27.5 million tons. I would like to remind you that only several years ago in 2021, the amount of supplyment was 6.6 million tons. So in just 3 years, we increased our supplies 4 times as much.
То есть после подписания меморандума между Министерством стали и Министерством энергетики мы увидели взрывной рост поставок российского угля, который полностью устраивает наших индийских партнеров. Одновременно отмечу, что в общем объеме поставок 27,5 миллиона тонн, только коксующийся уголь половина, 13,5 миллиона тонн. То есть нам еще, уважаемые коллеги, друзья, есть куда расти. В текущих геополитических позициях при наличии санкционных ограничений мы видим все больший рост спроса в Индии на российский уголь. И именно индийский рынок, рынок штата Одиша является для российской угольной промышленности, для российской энергетики одним из наиболее привлекательных, а главное приоритетных.
As you can see, since the signing of the memorandum, we have seen an explosive increase in Russian coal supplies to India. At the same time, I would like to know that only 13.6 million tons of coking coal were supplied out of the total supply of 27.5 million in 2024. So, dear friends, that is there's still room to grow. In the current geopolitical condition, with sanctions restriction in place and taking into account the growing demand from the Indian steel industry, it is the Indian market and also Odisha market that is particularly attractive to the Russian economy and prioritized by it.
Вместе с тем, если говорить об угольной промышленности России, то Россия может предложить Индии, а Индия России предложить друг другу намного больше, чем простые поставки топлива.
However, speaking of the coal industry, Russia can offer to India and vice versa, India to Russia, alongside with Odisha, can provide much more than simple fuel supplies.
Мы предлагаем подумать и расширить наше взаимодействие на высокотехнологичные сферы в угольной электроэнергетике и угольной промышленности, где российская и индийская наука достигли существенных прогрессов, позволяющих снизить издержки, повысить эффективность работы угольных электростанций, угольных предприятий, обеспечить существенный позитивный и экологический, и климатический эффект для экономик Индии и России.
We suggest to think about expanding cooperation to high-tech areas in the coal energy and coal industries where Russian and Indian science had made significant progress to reduce cost and improve efficiency of coal enterprises and coal generation, and to ensure significant positive environmental and climate effects for the both Russian and Indian economy.
В первую очередь мы говорим об высоких технологиях фильтрации, которые по сравнению с традиционными технологиями фильтрации для угля обеспечивают гораздо более высокий уровень очистки загрязненных стоков, более чем вдвое снижает удельное энергопотребление, чем обеспечивают снижение и оптимизацию издержек, снижение влияния на климатические выбросы, что несет за собой снижение всех затрат по сравнению с существующими ранее технологиями.
We're talking about active filtration, which compared with traditional technologies not only provide a high level of wastewater treatment, but also reduces energy consumption by 2 times, providing not only cost optimization, but also reduction in climate emissions, which reduces cost compared to existing technologies and giving an excellent climate effect.
Кроме того, принимая во внимание тот факт, что, как правило, Индия исчерпывает дефицит коксующихся углей и высококачественных энергетических углей, мы предлагаем рассмотреть нашего возможного совместного взаимодействия, возможных проектов по внедрению технологий производства из углей высокой линейки продуктов углехимии. В первую очередь мы говорим об углекоксе, гуминовых удобрениях, абсорбентов для борьбы с масляными и нефтяными загрязнениями, свалочного газа и, конечно, производство жидких углеводородов и синтез газа из угля.
Taking into account the fact that India is experiencing a shortage of coking coal and highly quality energy coals, we propose to consider the possibility of a joint project to introduce technologies for the production of a wide range of products from brown coal, carbon industry, including semi-coal, humic fertilizers, absorbers for combining oil and oil pollution, landfill gas service, etc.
Кроме того, очень примечателен пример Индии в работе с золошлаковыми отходами.
Of course, in the Indian experience, in the context of the use of experience of ash and slag.
На сегодня мы видим огромный прогресс, в котором достигла индийская электроэнергетика в вовлечении в экономику золотошлаковых отходов. На сегодня уже более 90% всей золы от угля в Индии используется в строительстве дорожном и гражданском.
We see the tremendous progress and experience that our colleagues have accumulated in this matter. The results of the involvement of coal ash in the economy in India. It is that more than 90% of coal ash is disposed of per year and deserve respect.
И хотел бы сказать, что 12 апреля, совсем недавно, правительство Российской Федерации утвердило новую энергетическую стратегию Российской Федерации до 2050 года.
In April 2025, I would like to tell you that this year, the new energy strategy until 2050 was adopted by the government of Russian Federation, which pays significant attention to this aspect.
В рамках этой энергостратегии Россия принимает решение увеличивать объемы добычи угля более чем до 600 миллионов тонн в год, при этом увеличивая объемы экспорта в 1,5 раза и увеличивая объем потребления угля внутри России, но при этом с максимальной экологизацией процессов сжигания угля в электроэнергетике и использования в металлургии.
During this strategy, we're taking our goal to increase the coal production to 600 million, but also we are aiming to increase the production of coal, extraction of coal, and make it more green and more valuable to Earth in this regard.
Целевой показатель по использованию золы от сжигания угля в строительстве мы ставим такой, какой Индия уже достигла. Не менее 90% всего вовлечения использования золы.
Секундочку. The next goal we're aiming to ourselves, which India is already concluded, is the usage of coal ash on 90% of the whole coal ash we're having after the coal burning. It's our goal on this strategy.
Да, и в заключение хотелось бы сказать, десятилетия нашей совместной работы уже показали, последние 3 года нашей совместной работы уже показали, что взаимодействие Российской Федерации, топливно-энергетического комплекса Российской Федерации, Индии и, конечно, штата Одиша показывают высокую, очень качественную результативность.
And also I would like to mention that these decades of work and our last 3 years of work between the Russian Federation, between India, and of course the state of Odisha, had a wonderful, great experience. The very good job is done, and we are aiming for more.
Это дает нам не только надежду, это дает нам уверенность в том, что наше дальнейшее взаимодействие в долгосрочной перспективе будет очень эффективным для экономик наших стран.
So we need to also close in next 2 minutes, sir.
We're finishing, yeah. And this gives us not only hope, but also stability in our thoughts that our ongoing cooperation will only increase and be very fruitful and mutually beneficial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for this outstanding address and for particularly mentioning Odisha in your address. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have some time available for deliberations by our esteemed partners. I call you partners because almost all of you are already invested in Odisha. We have about 10 to 15 minutes available, and we have more than 25 speakers. So in the interest of time, I would select a representative sample of speakers. I would first start with our JSW, Mr. Anil Kumar Singh, Head of Operations in India. Mr. Singh, please be brief in your comments because...
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. Respected Honorable CM, sir. Sir, I have heard entire presentation. Now, recent year, Odisha has produced 160 million ton of iron ore and steel maybe less than 35 million ton. Now going ahead, Again, roadmap is, as CS told, about 100 million ton, max 130 million ton. But here question is, in 2047, when our country's plan is 500, which I think it is on lesser side, definitely it is going to 600 to 700 million ton. What is China today? They are consuming 850 million ton today. So definitely I am assuming 2047 is going to be the year when India also will consume 850 to 900 million ton of steel, because our economy also will be more than 20 trillion at that point of time, which is China's today at 19 trillion USD. Today our per capita GDP is $3,000, whereas China is $13,000. So definitely our GDP at that point of time is also going to increase by 3 to 4 times. If it is 600 million ton also country's production is, then if suppose I am from Odisha side and I am representing Odisha, then why I should compromise for less than 35% of the country's production when I am producing 35% of the country's iron ore? So here CM Saab, you should have one target. Company should not, state should not send any iron ore. It should not be iron ore producing state. It should be manufacturing state. And each and every ton of iron ore produced in the state of Odisha should be converted to steel. So in that case, Odisha has to plan for 200 million tons for 2047. For that, some constraints are there definitely. So those things has to be resolved. Like government has to act proactively as far as land bank is concerned. Second thing is incentives. Yesterday, sir, I was with government of Chhattisgarh panel, and I came to know in that meeting the government is giving up to 110% of the project capex as an incentive. So those things also has to be thought at state level, and states should think for maximizing this steel production rather than sending iron ore to other states. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anil Singh ji. Thank you so much for these suggestions. Now I would invite Shri Asushi Sakatoku-san from ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Atsushi Sakatoku from ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. Okay. Okay. Sorry. We had MNS India a privilege to be a part of Odisha's growth story, and Odisha remains central to our future growth plans and integral to our long-term strategy as we expand to our crude steel capacity across the country from 9 to 40 MTPA. In Odisha, we operated a 12 MTPA pellet plant, the largest single location pellet plant complex in the country, along with the 230 megawatt power plant at Paradip. Iron ore mine at Sagasahi and Takurani, and 12 MTPA beneficiation plant at Dabuna in Keonjhar. MNS India has signed an MOU with the government of Odisha to set up a 7 MTPA integrated steel plant at Paradip with estimated investment of 38 crores. This project will create employment for 21,000 people during the construction and 7,000 during the operations. MNS India is also setting up S1 jetty in invest of about 3,500 crores in Odisha. And regarding ongoing project, we are constructing iron ore slurry pipeline from Sagasahi to Dabuna for environmental friendly, pollution-free iron ore transportation. And regarding Sagasahi, tailing dam at Sankari, this will enable the extraction of iron ore and iron ore from a lower grade deposit. Our priority in Odisha is to run operate at optimal capacity while remaining the highest environmental and government standard. Like our parent company, ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel, we, AMN's India, is committed to sustainability with minimum carbon footprint. The government is reporting to industry requests and moving forward. And further, for Odisha to achieve $500 billion economy by 2036, the state should focus on industry-led development. The government need to roll out state-specific incentives as conventional industries grow and create jobs. Startup and auxiliary industries will also take root. So Odisha need to build on the current environment that activity support and respect business that invest and create employment. The government of India has rolled out green steel taxonomy. Odisha can leverage this to become a front-runner state. The state needs to provide faster clearance and support to environmentally friendly products that can help decarbonize the sector. For instance, faster approval for slurry pipeline project can significantly benefit for the steel sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sakatogu-san, for reaffirming your commitment for the Odisha project and giving us this wonderful suggestions. I would now invite Shri R.K. Goel, Managing Director, Kalyani Steel. Goel sir, please be brief because we have one more speaker, right?
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thanks to Honorable CM. I just like to mention one thing. We were invited to Spain around 20 years back to make some investment there. The type of treatment we got, I was just wondering why don't we get in India. And when we were invited in Odisha, we got far superior treatment and all our issues are getting resolved as a partner. Today with any senior secretary, bureaucrat, anybody in the machinery, our problems are looked as their problem and we are getting great solutions. Thank you so much, and with this there will be a cascading effect of development in Odisha. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goel. I would now invite Shri Vijay Sharma from another of our partners, Jindal Stainless, to briefly give his remarks.
Yes, sir. Adanyaye Mukhyamantri ji, senior bureaucrats, my colleagues, pranam, namaskar. Sir, आपने proactively most of the challenges को recognize करते हुए road map भी create किया है और address भी कर रहे हैं. I think already great testimonials are there in this room itself. So sir, I would like to take it a little forward because I believe that under your leadership, production and the supply challenges will not be there. But what we in this group produce is not what a consumer uses or experiences. When I say uses, gate, grill, bartan. When I say experiences, Vande Bharat, malls, metros. So there is a huge ecosystem in between. And that ecosystem is MSME. And we all know about the challenges of supply chain management contradiction with MSMEs. Sir, Odisha is #1 in many and better than many national averages. But there are certain averages which needs to be looked. Per capita GDP, 0.75%. MSME in count is less than 1% of what exists in the country. And sir, in case of stainless steel, the per capita consumption, direct consumption of stainless steel in Odisha is about 25% of the national average. When I talked informally with my steel colleagues, it was something similar in case of steel also. So, sir, my suggestion is that to ensure that the made in Odisha does not go out and come back after paying 10,000 rupees, a focus is required on the skilling upgradation. And when I say the skilling upgradation, sir, I understand that huge things are happening in Odisha, whether OSDA, WSC, COAs, NUA, and many things are happening. But sir, a holistic demand-led wherein industry domain experts have to co-own that particular segment. And when I use the word holistic, it is related with the metal fabrication, #1. #2, the soft skills. And #3, the entrepreneurship skills. Because the product what we make is not necessarily is going to be handled by the people who are some of the similar size or maybe a little smaller. A lot of MSMEs, uske andar pehla M jo hai sir, wo bahut bada hai. So my request is, we are preparing something, sir. We will be coming to you with the submission and we will seek your blessings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, I would invite our friend Shri Manish Mishra from Tata Steel.
Thank you, sir. So I need not underscore the relationship and history of Tata Steel and Group with the state. It is as long as we exist in this country. One thing which I would like to highlight which gets missed out is the private capex in the country. And just to explain that our steel capacity in Odisha in last 10 years have multiplied 5 times from 3 million ton, currently we are 15 million tons. And that resulted into almost 100,000 crores of private capex in this state, which has not been or which would not have been possible without the excellent support and guidance that we have been getting from the state. That shows that as of now, though we started from Jharkhand where our mother plant is, in Jharkhand we are 10, in Odisha we are 15 now. And that is how it is going to increase. So to a specific submission, as was explained in the presentation that Odisha had been very proactive in bringing iron ore blocks for auction. The leases which expired in 2020 and the greenfield blocks which are there. Once the blocks are getting into operation, which will be 6, 7, 8, 9 years from now, these blocks do not have a railhead connectivity as of now. And this is the right time when we pursue the mineral corridor project, which is going to be very, very important project for movement of this ore to the plant. Because as we were discussing in the other session in logistics, when we talk about steel, it is not only steel, but mining and also equally important is logistics. So that is one focus area where we need to work together with Ministry of Railways, with state and Ministry of Steel. The second aspect is, sir, again connected to logistics, and I take a point from what Secretary Steel mentioned in the other session, that India will import, as of now we are importing 58 million tons of coking coal, which will almost triple by say 2030-31, which means that our additional 80-90 million tons of coking coal will be imported, and bulk of that will come to Odisha. So there would be further pressure on logistics systems on importing coal in Odisha. The alternative could be that if you can free up iron ore and move iron ore through slurry pipeline and inland waterways, this 100 million ton or whatever component comes to Odisha can be used by the railways. So there is enough scope, room for all sectors to grow. And I think this is a very good suggestion that if we pursue slurry pipeline and waterways, it will debottleneck the logistics. So that's the two submissions.
Thank you so much, Mishra ji, for being brief and also for giving us valuable suggestions. Friends, we are running out of time. Actually, we have already run out of time, and we have to, all of us are here to listen to our Honorable Chief Minister. Before I invite our Honorable Chief Minister, I just wanted to give you what is, another success story of Odisha. उड़ीसा में जो स्टील सेक्टर का इन्वेस्टमेंट है वो दिन पर दिन बढ़ता जा रहा है, और वो कैसे बढ़ता है दिन पर दिन, उसका दो उदाहरण, दो उसके जो ग्रोथ स्टोरीज हैं हमारे पास यहाँ आज दो नए मेहमान उड़ीसा के हमारे पास उपस्थित हैं. मैं जस्ट केवल आपको उनको इंट्रोड्यूस कराना चाहूँगा. श्री ललित बेरीवाल जी हैं श्याम स्टील कलकत्ता से, जो हमारे क्योंझर में 3 मिलियन टन का प्लांट लगाने के लिए जिन्होंने अभी हमसे अप्रूवल लिया है, और उनके साथ ही उन्हीं के परिवार के एक और सज्जन हैं, यंग युवा एंटरप्रेन्योर श्री सिद्धार्थ बेरीवाल जी, जो धामरा में 5 मिलियन टन का स्टील प्लांट लगाने के लिए आगे बढ़े हैं. इस हॉल में और भी बहुत सारे ऐसे सज्जन उपस्थित हैं जो अन्य राज्यों से आकर उड़ीसा में स्टील प्लांट, स्टील एंसिलरी, स्टील डाउनस्ट्रीम लगाना चाहते हैं. समय के अभाव की वजह से आज सबके साथ बातचीत करना संभव नहीं है. हमारी टीम यहाँ 2 दिन अवेलेबल रहेगी, हम आपके साथ विस्तार से चर्चा करेंगे. नाउ आई वुड रेस्पेक्टफुली इन्वाइट आवर ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर श्री मोहन चरण मांझी to deliver his address.
Jai Jagannath, His Excellency Bebele Peter, Deputy Minister of Energy, Russia, Captains of Indian Steel Industry, Senior Officials of Ministry of Steel, Government of India, Senior Officials of Government of Odisha, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly delighted to be here today in Mumbai, the vibrant financial capital of India. It's a pleasure to address this gathering of eminent leaders from the steel and metal sectors at the India Steel 2025 conference. I come from the land of Lord Jagannath. I pray Lord Jagannath to bless you all. As I stand here today, I feel immense pride in saying that steel is the mother industry of Odisha. India ranks as the fourth largest producer of iron ore in the world, and Odisha is the largest producer of iron ore in India. Odisha has played a pivotal role in the success of steel sector in India, accounting for more than 55% of the nation's iron ore production. My home district, Keonjhar, is a mineral-rich region that alone contributes over 50% of the Odisha's iron ore production. I have personally witnessed numerous companies flourish through their mining operations in my district. I understand the value of this sector and its growth. This deep-rooted connection drives me to advocate for this sector, and it is precisely why I stand before you today. Since our government came to power, we have taken every step for booming industry ecosystem. This is also reflected in the Utkarsh Odisha Make in Odisha conclave held in last January in Bhubaneswar. To meet the specific needs of industries operating in this vital sector, we are committed to secure raw materials, provide land, ensure connectivity through roads, railways, and provide electricity and water. Odisha leads India in terms of the estimated value of all minerals production, contributing to 47% of the national output. Following the landmark amendments to the MMDR Act in 2015, our government successfully auctioned 44 major minerals blocks. Today, we are in the process of auctioning another 8 major minerals blocks with a combined resource of 323 million tons. Additionally, we plan to auction 22 more blocks by March 2026. By 2030-31, India's iron ore consumption is anticipated to grow to 340 million tons. In this period, Odisha is poised to contribute about 240 to 245 million tons of iron ore, thereby elevating our share from the current 58% to an impressive 70%. Further, we have some of India's largest coal mines, 16 of which are operational, collectively contributing to 24% of the nation's total coal production. The data from the recently concluded financial year 2024-25 highlights Odisha's contribution of 178 million tons of iron ore, 3.18 million tons of chromite, and 269 million tons of coal. I want to assure investors that the government will ensure the availability of sufficient minerals, iron ore, coal, and limestone for the growing steel industry. Fortunately, all these materials are available in the state, and you don't have to go shopping anywhere else. As the steel manufacturing capacity expands, we will facilitate more production from mines. Odisha holds the #1 position in the production of both crude steel and stainless steel in India. As of today, there are 54 integrated steel plants in Odisha. with a total installed capacity of about 41.21 million tons per annum. We aim for more than 130 million tons of annual steel production by 2030, requiring about 190 million tons of iron ore to be made available within the state. With our strong commitment, I am confident that Odisha is ready to realize this ambitious goal. I would also like to highlight our progressive and dynamic long-term linkage policy, through which the Odisha Mining Corporation Limited provides vital raw materials to end users in a transparent and timely manner. The corporation is in process to boost its production of mineral ores to achieve a target of 75 million tons of iron ore by 2029-2030. Now we are setting our sight on developing a metal-based manufacturing value chain extending from raw materials to high-end engineering products. As Odisha's Chief Minister, I am making firm commitment here. We are transitioning from a model of resource extraction to value creation. Odisha's Vision 2036 for industrial development outlines a whole roadmap that focuses on strengthening both upstream and downstream linkage, promoting engineering goods, mining, machinery, transport system and components for defense and aerospace. We invite every player in the metal value chain to join us in co-creating this transformative journey. Further, we hold a clear conviction that industrial development should process hand in hand with social development. To this end, our government is making substantial investments in critical areas such as education and skilling with a robust network of existing polytechnics, ITIs, and finishing schools being established. We are also prioritizing health care and housing for our workers and their families. We firmly believe that an empowered workforce and a supportive community are the bedrock of long-term industrial success. The transformation we are witnessing in Odisha is not occurring in isolation. Our state is fully aligned with the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and the national agenda for Viksit Bharat by 2047. This alignment is yielding significant benefits, enabling Odisha to receive massive infrastructure investments in railways, highways, airports, and ports. Additionally, we are getting financial support for the development of new logistics hubs, power corridors, and industrial clusters. Our single window clearance system, coupled with dedicated project facilitation terms, positions Odisha as one of the most investment-ready states in India. We are working hard to make it the preferred destination in investors. I extend an invitation to all of you to be part of this remarkable transformation. Come invest in Odisha and be a part of Samruddh Odisha, Viksit Odisha growth story, which has already begun its journey. Invest in Odisha because ahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. Thank you all once again. Bande Utkal Janani. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for giving us this insight into what Government of Odisha under your kind leadership is planning for the steel sector. Friends, we have come to the end of this session. But before we end and move to the vote of thanks, I would be failing in my duty if I do not mention another set of latest entrants to the Odisha's steel sector success story. I am very proud to present before you another young entrepreneur, Shri Kushal Agarwal, who is setting up a refractories unit along with Chosun of South Korea. Welcome Kushal Agarwal ji to the Odisha journey. We also have Mr. Roy from Caldris, a company from Europe, which is setting up one of the largest refractory making facilities in Odisha. We also have Shri Sanjay Agarwal from Sham Metallics, who continue to expand in Odisha. We have Shri Vivek Adukia from Adukia Group of Kolkata, who are another new entrant to the Odisha steel story. We also have from Shri Metallics, Shri Kalyan Mehti, who continue to invest and grow in Odisha. And finally, the latest entrant, one of the new entrants to the steel story of Odisha, is from Single Enterprises, Shri Sanchit Singhal, who have taken over the OCL iron and steel plant in Sundargarh and are also now proposing to set up another steel plant in Keonjhar. So that closes our session today. I would now invite the Ministry of Steel to propose the vote of thanks.
So it's a great session, but doesn't go without the vote of thanks from Ministry of Steel. I request Joint Secretary Sanjay Roy ji to talk about the vote of thanks from our side on the round table towards this wonderful session on the Odisha steel sector.
Thank you. As a matter of deep appreciation to the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Mohan Chand Maji, who has taken time out of his busy schedule to be here, I will request my Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Shri Ashish Chatterjee, to give him a token of appreciation. Sir. Thank you, sir, for making the time out, and I will fail in my responsibility if I do not congratulate the team Odisha who has been here, led by ACS Shri Nikunj Dhal, Hemant Sharma Sahab, who has led the Odisha story from front, and OMC Chairman Shri Sudhanshu Sawant, and all the great participants and persons from industry who have been here and patiently listening to the story Odisha. The Odisha has been a harbinger of growth in the present years under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Chief Minister, and has seen growth and leaps and bounds from what was considered to be a poverty-stricken country state to what is one of the biggest industrial hubs in the country. I thank everyone to be here, and I will not come between you and your lunch, and thank everyone for being here. I also thank the delegation from Russia, especially His Excellency Bobilev Peter, who has been here and has given an insightful thought about the coal linkages in the country. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we close, we have a special memento for our esteemed guests from the Russian Federation. I would request our Honorable Chief Minister to offer the memento to His Excellency. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This session is now concluded.
Hello. Good afternoon. We'll be starting in the next couple of minutes. Would request you to settle down, please.
For your presentation, not for the first one, where just introduce sir, ma'am, and these two people, then we'll go to your presentation.
Sure.
Once you'll say.
So good afternoon, delegates and ladies and gentlemen. This is a very important country roundtable interaction on the enhancing steel exports and usage. So first of all, I welcome all of you to this roundtable, and just to kind of set the context and introduce the head of the table here. So I have here Mr. Ashwini Kumar from Ministry of Steel, Srimati Maimun Alam from Ministry of Steel, Sanjeev Da Silva from the Australian High Commission, Dr. Edwin Basson from World Steel Association, and Mr. Rinjin Jamsto from Bhutan, a former member of Parliament. And also we have delegates from the industry, including some of the associations, and the steel producers, the secondary steel sector, technology providers, and so on. So I think a warm welcome again to all of you. So to begin this session, I would like to request Shri Ashwini Kumar to set the context and for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you, Rajiv. Is it working? Friends, delegates, esteemed representatives from our partner countries, industry leaders, ladies, gentlemen, good afternoon. I extend a warm welcome to all of you on this roundtable discussion on enhancing steel exports. We all know India is the second largest producing country when we talk of steel, but it's largely domestic demand driven. And in fact, if you look at our export figures of last financial year, that is 24-25, we exported 4.86 million tons, which is very less as compared to our total production. It's like 3% of our total production is getting exported. There is therefore potential to enhance our exports to other countries. There are various dimensions to this entire exercise, and this roundtable is intended to discuss on those dimensions. So to begin with, let's look at some key aspects. One is, how do we diversify our product basket of exports? Another thing is, how do we diversify our markets, export markets? So as of now, around half of our steel exports go to EU. And there are, of course, various challenges with respect to EU. So it's important to identify new markets, geographies where we see a lot of construction boom going on, which can be potentially a good market for our finished steel. We have to explore that very earnestly, and and try to sink our teeth in their steel market as well. One aspect that we must emphasize is how do we move up the value chain? How do we increase exports, production and exports of value-added steel? Government is implementing PLI scheme for specialty steel with the intention of promoting production of specialty steel in India. Essentially, as a steel fraternity, the idea is to move up the value chain and try to have a better sales realization of our steel exports. There are, of course, various challenges to it. For example, we have to look at the competition from other countries, other steel producing nations. And this competition is not, level playing field. So there are various policies of some other countries which distort the international trade environment. How do we address those challenges? That is another aspect which my industry colleagues will have to put their mind at and figure out. Then we see that several geographies are coming up with trade protectionist measures. Tariffs are being imposed, safeguard quotas are being imposed and extended. So steel trade is actually least liberalized trade if you look at that way. And then we have got this new dimension of environmental laws being formulated in which in effect are trade restrictive measures. A case in example is EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism. How do we address that? So these are important points. We have to look at that. From the government's perspective, we are mindful of these challenges. We are seized of the issues involved here. And we are doing our bit to improve competitiveness, trade infrastructure. I would like to particularly highlight the initiative of Bharat Trade Net, which is essentially a digital public infrastructure. It was announced in Union Budget 2025 by Honorable Finance Minister. And the idea is that let's integrate customs, DGFT, GST and various government agencies involved in this business, banks, exporters, onto a single digital platform. Let's reduce administrative burden and let's reduce the transaction costs involved in compliances of various regulations. We are also working with right earnest on issues like logistics. We know it for a fact that cost of logistics is high in India. PM Gati Shakti is a monumental, ambitious project which essentially aims at improving our logistics infrastructure and address these issues. I think I'll stop here and I would like to listen from my colleagues here in this room. I would like to listen more from we all know about challenges and I'll be extremely thankful if you can come up with some ideas towards solution of these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwini ji. So basically, before I request the country perspectives, a short presentation to set the context for steel exports. So if you look at India's exports, India became a net importer of steel in FY23, and thereby the exports have reduced to kind of 5 million tons this year, FY25, whereas our imports are 7.5. So clearly, I think there are opportunities to improve exports, to strengthen the trade balance, maximize our capacity utilization as well as stabilizing the prices. So clearly, I think if you look at India perspective, as Ashwini ji mentioned, out of the 5 million ton exports in FY25, more than half of the exports is to EU. And what are the kind of products we are exporting? We are exporting flat products, which is primarily around 3 million tons. Then we are some pipes and tubes products, 0.85, long products, and then stainless steel products. So this is broadly the basket that we have for Indian steel exports in FY25. And India is the 11th largest steel exporter. We being the second largest steel producer as well as a consumer in the world, our position is 11th in the world. So this clearly, there are opportunities to improve. So what we then, for setting the context for this entire discussion, so there are 5 key themes probably we can discuss as a group here. So one is, as was mentioned by Ashwini ji again, the product market portfolio diversification. What are the kind of products, what are the kind of markets that we need to focus? How do we, align with the trade agreements? The government is coming out with a lot of trade agreements and FTAs with different countries and as well as geographies. How do we improve our capability and capacity? So not only technology and facility modernization, but also looking at cluster development, R&D, and compliance with the quality standards. So there are, besides the tariff barriers, there are also non-tariff barriers for some of the geographies where quality standards is a challenge. So how do we mitigate that? The third aspect is on policy measures in terms of there is a scheme which is a reimbursement of embedded taxes and duties. So similar schemes, and what are the non-actionable and specific subsidies that the industry may be looking at from the government point of view, which is WTO compliant. And last is, of course, the branding and promotion, that how do we actually brand India as a major force in the global steel exports or steel trade landscape. So that these are the 4 or 5 areas probably that as a group we can debate and discuss. And just to kind of set the context in terms of opportunities, clearly the government has taken a lot of opportunities, like the Exim Bank and ECEC offer finance plus credit risk assurance. There's a PLI scheme which has been launched, PLI 2.0 for specialty steel and so on. And there are opportunities in countries like USA where there are products where we are not exporting, Australia, UAE, Europe, as well as EU, as well as Bhutan and Nepal and the neighboring SAARC countries. So where we can look at. In terms of capacity building, though there are challenges in terms of availability of raw materials at competitive prices, capital expenditure and R&D and manpower, but also the government has taken very bold and prominent steps, be it the auctions, be it in terms of the PLI scheme, be the R&D scheme under SRTMI relaunch, Gati Shakti, in terms of National Master Plan for multimodal connectivity, dedicated freight corridors, and this actually opens up opportunities in terms of collaborate on the different countries, develop capacities for specialty steel, partnering with leading research organizations, as well as in terms of looking at logistics in a different aspect, including coastal shipping. Last is, of course, looking at policy measures. Clearly, one of the important aspects is how do we mitigate the tariff and non-tariff barriers across markets, the target markets, and of course, how do we brand our steel better? And of course, government has taken a lot of initiatives and that, but there are opportunities in terms of the green steel taxonomy. So already this is the first country in the world where we have come out with a taxonomy for green steel to define what is green steel. How do we take advantage of that for the export market? How do we have a unified trade repository, and of course, how do we have better FTA utilization? That's some of the aspects that we'll be discussing in this group overall. So with that, I would say that I would request the country perspectives. So start off with Dr. Edwin Bassan, who is the Director General WSA, to kind of share his perspectives on the global steel trade and how India can play a very prominent role for the steel exports and the usage.
So, yes, as you rightly said, I'm not a country. As World Steel Association, we represent steelmakers in all the countries, and therefore exports globally are equal to imports globally. It is true, though, that the steel industry and steel as a product is a relatively open industry, meaning that our product crosses international borders quite regularly. Of the 1,800 million tons of finished steel that is being used every year, about 440 million tons is regularly exported across borders. So typically between 30 and 40%, depending on the year, of all steel that is produced eventually finds its way to another country from where it was produced. And therefore, it is important for us to consider this question of exports quite carefully. In my view, exports never is a good idea to have this as a focused growth market. Exports generally tend to be a capacity filler around the world. The few examples where steel companies were created with exports as the sole purpose generally always failed, because you are too far away from your markets, you are too far away from your customers in order to have a proper focused product and market development initiative. But what is important, because we're an open industry, is that we should try and maintain a level playing field as far as possible. So the more we put barriers between countries and between imports, those same barriers also work against exports. So we should try and keep the playing field as level as possible. Apart from that, the second point, we also have steel use as a focus point here. Just one comment, and this is, if I connect use and exports, then we find that the export products, by and large, are in the lower range of use applications. It's more commodity range products and less special grade products that are generally sitting in the exports markets. And we should keep this in mind. I think this is in line with the comment I made earlier, that it's very difficult to build a customer strategy based on exports alone, because exports tend to be this capacity filler or emergency product purchases from some producers. With that, Mr. Chairman, back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bassan. It was insightful to hear you. So I will next go to Mr. Sanjeeva De Silva, Councillor, Resource, Energy and Climate Change, Australian High Commission. So yesterday, His Excellency was there. He spoke about how Australia is a key raw material source for not only for the world, but particularly for India, because India is dependent a lot on the import of coking coal, metallurgical coking coal. But Australia is also a market. So how do you see this entire landscape, and how India can look at Australia for steel exports, and what are the other perspectives from your side?
So from an international perspective, I'll talk about the Australian market in terms of Indian exports, but also just generally on the question of what we as an international community can do to enhance steel exports. I wanted to reflect on just three things. The first is, I think at this time, especially with the tariffs we see in the United States, with CBAM, with the measures that China is taking as well, I think a core group of countries have to remain committed to the principles of trade and free markets, because Australia is very much a trading nation. We have become very, comparatively wealthy over the last 30 and 40 years through our trading relationships, and we want to see that continue. So as other countries impose these barriers, I think it is very important that India and Australia and other like-minded countries remain true to our sort of free trade aspirations. Having said that, I want to slightly take away from the point that I was making earlier, which is that I think at the same time we need to recognize China's kind of overwhelming dominance in the steel sector, and countries need to work together to build capacity and take back some of that value addition into their own shores. Minister Goyal talked about the 7 free trade agreements that he is negotiating at present. Of course, one of those is with Australia. And I think, again, those mechanisms of understanding how our economies can work together to build our mutual interests will be very important. So to come to your question, how can we build markets for Indian steel in Australia? Well, I would say that one model, having noted what I've just said, one model is to think about circular product supply chains between countries and like-minded countries. What do I mean by that? Australia has aspirations to export more of its iron ore, for example, to India, including, for example, in the form of HBI iron manufactured in Australia for steel making in India. It would be very much in both governments' interests, I think, if we looked at supply chains where that kind of model was incorporated into India's aspirations to sell more steel to Australia, because I know from speaking to my industry players in the infrastructure space especially, that we do not want to be importing all of our steel or a large proportions of our steel from one country, you know, in this case China. So I think if we can work together through our trade compacts to say, well, we would like to bring in more of this, you know, iron ore and processed iron to India, and in a similar vein, we will like to receive more Indian steel in return. I think those kinds of models will work very well. They will work especially well as we look towards net zero transitions and reducing emissions in steel. I think even though it has been recognized in this conference that, you know, the large majority of the gains in terms of emission reduction will happen in the near term, deploying technologies that optimize blast furnaces and that kind of thing. In the longer term, we do have to think about how do we transition eventually towards green steel. I can imagine that in 30 years' time or 20 years' time, the world will, a lot of countries in the world will be imposing very strict carbon constraints. The European Union is doing that at the moment with CBAM, but there's every likelihood that climate imperatives will mean that a lot of countries will do the same. I think Australia and India can work together to think about, even at a pilot or demonstration level, thinking about genuinely green steel supply chains, where, for example, in South Australia, Australia could be making fully renewable green iron to be with renewable hydrogen to be exported to India to be processed into specialty steel products, which then go around the world, including back to Australia. I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sri De Silva. So next I will request, I mean, of course, you mentioned about the FTA that India has and the CEPA, and then clearly I think there is a lot of potential for collaboration. So next I'll move on to Mr. Rinjin Jamsto, a former member of Parliament, Bhutan, to share his perspective, because when we look at Bhutan per se, there is a lot of imports of, you know, happening, and especially India is also one of the key exporters. But how does he see this market, and especially in the context, Mr. Jamsto?
Okay, sorry. Can I just give my statement directly? Then I'll come back to the specific questions. I just brought a small statement.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I think which will cover, I think that. Good afternoon, namaste, and greetings to everyone. Honorable Chair of the session here, and distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. I think it is truly an honor and privilege to be part of this grand gathering, the Steel India Expo 2025, a cornerstone event for one of the most vital and transformative industries in the world. The steel sector, as many of you know far better than I do, goes beyond the metallurgy and infrastructure. It is the very backbone of modern economies, global connectivity, and industrial innovation. I come from Bhutan as a small yet strategically located in the Himalayan kingdom. I speak today not as an expert or promoter of the steel industry, but someone who has had the opportunity to serve in the public life, including in the parliament, and who remains committed to fostering sustainable development, mindful governance, and meaningful cross-border partnerships. Over the last decade, Bhutan has made considerable socio-economic progress. According to the Asian Development Bank, Bhutan's GDP is projected to grow by 4.4% in 2024 and 5.2% in 2025, reflecting the renewed momentum driven by investment, export growth, and revival of key sectors such as energy and manufacturing. This progress is rooted in the visionary leadership under His Majesty the King of Bhutan, strengthened by good governance, environmental foresight, enduring friendship of our close neighbor and partner, India. India remains Bhutan's largest trading partner, accounting for over 80% of imports and more than 90% of our exports. Among Bhutan's key industrial exports to India is ferrosilicon, which is an essential input in the steel-making processes. In fact, Bhutan exports over 90% of its ferrosilicon production to India, helping meet the growing demands for ferroalloy industries and steel sector. This bilateral trade is not just about commodities, it is about trust, interdependence, and shared progress. Today, Bhutan is seeing a wave of new investments in the ferroalloy plants, many of which are being promoted by Indian companies through foreign direct investment. This illustrates the strength of Indo-Bhutanese industrial collaboration and confidence Indian investors place in the policy environment and industrial ecosystem. Now, why Bhutan? Please allow me to share a few compelling reasons. First, stable and sustainable energy. Bhutan offers uninterrupted, clean, and competitively priced hydroelectric power, a critical advantage for energy-intensive industries like yours. This consistent power supply is not only environmentally sustainable, but also cost-efficient over the long term. Second, rich raw materials. Bhutan is endowed with high-quality mineral deposits such as dolomite, quartzite, and limestone, which are essential for the steel and allied industries. Third, policy and tax incentives. Bhutan provides zero export tax on value-added and finished goods. Second, country offers tax holidays and incentives for investment in green, clean, and sustainable industries. Third, FDI and industrial policies are transparent, periodically reviewed, aligned with long-term national goals, giving investors both clarity and confidence. Fourth, strategic connectivity. Bhutan's industrial regions, particularly in the southern districts, are well connected to Indian railheads and highways, enabling seamless movement of goods and materials. Before I conclude, I would also like to make the mention of about upcoming megacity in Bhutan, which is a visionary project envisioned by His Majesty the King. It's called, in abbreviation, GMC, Gelefu Mindfulness City. GMC in Bhutan, GMC is Bhutan's most ambitious development project, located in the southern foothills near the Indian state of Assam and West Bengal. Spanning over 2,000 square kilometers, this city seeks to redefine 21st century urbanization by integrating economic viability with sustainability, spirituality, and innovation. Gelefu will serve as a regional hub for green infrastructure, smart logistics, innovation-driven industries, and global collaboration. Steel will undoubtedly be central to this vision, from skeleton of sustainable housing to the spine of resilient connectivity. I had the privilege of attending both the Bengal Business Summit and Assam Conclave earlier this year, and I was deeply encouraged and overwhelmed by the shared enthusiasm of leaders from both the sides of border to collaborate in this transformative journey. Finally, to the distinguished members of Indian steel and infrastructure community gathered here today, I extend my heartfelt invitation to visit Bhutan. Explore Bhutan not just as a neighbor, but as a destination for sustainable investment, innovation, and industrial partnerships. Our doors are open, and our policies are enabling, and our aspirations are aligned with a shared regional future. Let us build more than structures. Let us build collaborations that last, economies that care, and industries that honor both profit and planet. I thank you and looking forward to engaging with you for today and tomorrow. Thank you. Sorry, whether I have come to, if I need to answer your specific questions.
It's fine, thanks.
This is a general statement that I wanted to present.
Thank you, Mr. Jamsto, for your address. So maybe, I think in interest of time, I would move on to the addresses by the various industrial associations. Like first, I'll start with Mr. Prakash Tatia, General Secretary, Indian Steel, Stainless and Seamless Pipe Manufacturers Association. Mr. Tatia.
Good afternoon. Namaskar. I am here on behalf of secondary sector and representing Indian Stainless Seamless Pipe Manufacturing Association, and I am also here to represent EEPC. Knowing well that our macro indicators are so strong, one of the largest economy, 140 billion of our population, 1.4 billion, very visionary and stable government is in place. So we are very clear that certainly if country is to grow, steel sector is definitely grow, and there is going to be a very strong demand. Now industry has to see how to capitalize that kind of demand. So to some extent, I agree with Mr. David that, I mean, when your domestic demand is so bullish and very strong, so first focus has to be there on the domestic demand and take advantage of that. And any incremental growth wherein even with the marginal contribution, if we can increase our scale of economy, we should penetrate into the export market. So having that thinking in mind and knowing that developing economy is there, domestic demand is very strong. So in that scenario, I mean, instead of just talking about only the iron and steel export, if we talk as an inclusive growth, keeping in mind that we are part of the engineering exports. And today, engineering export is contributing very significantly in the total exports of the country. I mean, it is continuously growing. This year, we have closed FY25. Again, the highest engineering exports happened from India, $118 billion. Which is 26% of our total exports, and our total exports itself are highest ever in the history of India. That is both, if we talk about only merchandise, it is $437 billion. And if we add the service sector, then both put together is $820 billion, which is the highest. So, and engineering sector per se has grown by 7% this year. So 118 billion is a good number, though our target was $125 billion. And in 2030, when the government has kept a target for the engineering exports of $250 billion, in that the steel, iron and steel is around 25 million ton of the quantity. So as I said that we are part of the engineering sector, and in engineering sector there are these are all value-added items. There are about 34 panels are there in engineering sector, which is defining the engineering exports. And out of 34, 28 panels have done extremely well. Only thing in iron and steel, we were, our exports were low. I mean, only 4 million ton of export was there. So here my suggestion is, and these all value-added exports, mainly the MSMEs are involved here.
Your point is well taken, Mr. Tatia. I mean, you have established your point. Yeah.
Yeah. So my just 2-3 key suggestions, knowing well that the MSME is playing significant role for the exports of the engineering export. And in engineering exports, we all know that 60 to 70% steel is used. So it is indirectly supporting the steel sector. So certain suggestions are there to promote the engineering export, which will definitely promote the increase the exports of the iron and steel product. One is the raw material security, which is very, very important for the all the exporters who are in the engineering exports. Second is that these are all micro, small, medium kind of sectors. So access of finance has to be there in the right perspective. Third is in that if I talk about access to the finance, then as I told, most of the exporters are MSMEs. So interest equalization is one burning issue that needs to be enhanced, both pre-shipment and post-shipment credit, so that they can increase their exports. Income tax regulation also needs to be looked into. And to improve the exports, logistic is one area which we have discussed in detail that will certainly help in exporting, improve the exports of engineering exports, which definitely the steel exports. Then non-tariff and tariff barrier, which we have discussed many times, and a lot of challenges are there. So we have to see that with all our friendly countries, I mean, we should have BTAs or MTAs which should be supporting to our exports to those countries. And knowing well that a lot of restrictions, especially for the secondary sector product, if I talk about our stainless steel or even alloy steel, European Union and USA, they have put very strong restrictions. Section 232 is still there. So we are unable to export in European Union. TRQ is there. Quota system, which again in quota system also this year they have further reduced the quota. So those things needs to be addressed whenever we enter into the bilateral agreement, that this quota system should be removed. At the same time, knowing well that these challenges are going to be there from the European Union and the USA, we have to identify we have to enter into the diversified market like African countries or the Southeast Asia, which has a good opportunity because there also economy is growing. So these are certain suggestions to enhance the exports.
Thank you, Mr. Tatia. So in the interest of time, moving on to Mr. Abhijit Kumar, Executive Director, Marketing Sale. So Mr. Kumar, if you can just talk about the key, I would say, interventions or rather the opportunities for enhancing steel export and usage, maybe in 3 minutes. Make it very brief. Thank you.
I'll be very brief. Good afternoon, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais and others. Indian steel industry can export. We have exported 9.6 million ton in 2017-18. So there is no doubt about the capability of the industry as such. And this has got reduced. We all know the reasons, international situation as such. There are challenges, and as far as Government of India is concerned, Ministry of Steel, we have learned through all that all the steps are being taken, whether it's the increase in the domestic demand, as well as the support in terms of FTAs and making the level playing field. So from that point of view, all the steel industry measures are very well placed to take any steps for exports as such. Domestic demand is definitely buoyant, and we will be taking advantage of that. We are committed to meet the domestic demand first. Yes, the challenges in terms of the tariffs and non-tariff barriers, they are real, and as far as we know, the EU tariff quota is now more than 6 years old. So those are going to remain. So we have to learn to live with these kind of scenarios. These are not temporary situations. Tariffs may remain. And yes, a lot of work is being done on green steel. Ministry of Steel has taken a very definitive step in defining green steel for us, and the direction being taken is much faster than what we had anticipated a few years back. All the industries are working. Tata Steel, other majors, Steel Authority of India Limited is also entered into MOU for this particular area, green steel definitions and all. As far as usage is concerned, Government of India has taken so many steps to improve the usage.
The Ministry of Steel, along with INSDAG, is working on the life cycle cost and steel-intensive building constructions. Once those are included in the GFR, then the procurement and the ecosystem will definitely improve for using more of steel and enhancing the elasticity of steel with respect to the GDP, which is expected to grow. So these are some of the points that I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. Next, I move on to Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director, Jindal Stainless. Mr. Sharma, also request your views on what are the measures that you feel should be done. And again, 3 minutes, please.
I will attempt that. Well, the 6 countries, focus countries in this discussion, very honestly, it was a little startling because very, very varied countries. But when I started the comparison, I realized that there are challenges, but also great opportunities of finding the interdependency, specifically the point which my Australian friend also said. I call it reciprocity. How do we do it, though it's a little difficult. When I compare, I find that there are lots of parameters because the first point, we are talking about the country diversification. It cannot happen like that. And I bring to the table my experience of more than 50 countries and more than 25 years in exports. So it is not very easy. There are so many macroeconomic parameters, industrial output levels, and even the bilateral agreements and their relation with other countries. But I still strongly believe that there are opportunities. But before that, I think we also need to understand, do we really need the exports? I share some data. In volume terms, we are aware. In terms of value, FY25, world Chapter 72, without raw material, about $6 billion export from India, and import $11 billion. So challenge comes. When I talk about these 6 countries, only 20% of $6 billion were exported to these countries, and of course it includes UAE as well as US, which account for about 80%. So it is a huge variety of the opportunities. But coming back to why do we export? I think in addition to what my friend Dr. Basant said, filling the capacities, I think there is another challenge. In a country like ours, which is developing economy, we are in the process of building the capacities, and capacities comes in blocks, growth happens in degrees. So despite of all these globalization to nationalization, it is going to be our compulsion. So where do we export? I would like to divide the world into transitionary 2 worlds with respect to the trade. Non-producing countries or partial producing, then moving towards the producing countries. So these are generally developing, underdeveloped, or the developed economies. My experience says that if we are focusing on the developing countries, I think the partnerships, on-ground activities, hand-holdings, even the skill-related initiatives, that can really help. And also the reciprocity possibilities, though it is not very easy. But when you are trying to export to developed economies like US, Europe, very, very high focus on the decommoditization. To give my own example, we are exporting about 10% by volume, but about 18% by value. So we are trying to stay below the radar. Don't be greedy about the volumes. Still we have to export. I would also suggest to my friends, have a very strong self-audit teams. Being a respondent for such initiative against us is complex, time-consuming, expensive, and very difficult. So domestic, I think when I talk about the value addition, it also includes what my friend Mr. Tatia said. How do we ensure that the products are exported? So that life cycle costing based, sustainability based focus should be there. And I also think that since we are going to have the capacities in blocks, a major focus is required, which is my favorite subject, the cement to steel ratio. Just to set the perspective, world average is 2.2 of cement, 1 of steel. China is also more or less same. US is 1.3 of cement, 1 of steel. And interestingly, Korea, Japan is 0.7 of cement and 1 of steel, seismic, and they are much ahead of us. And in India, it is 3 of cement and 1 of steel. If we are able to convert this cement, sustainability, circularity, we all talk about it, It will be a great opportunity for India. And of course, we need to export, but let's be careful. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said, Mr. Sharma. You focused on a very important aspect, which is sustainability-based approach, where green steel can be one of the focus areas for exports. So next we move on to Mr. Prasad Borge, which is a Vice President, Sales Head and PI Green Innovations. Mr. Borge, if you can mention the 3 key aspects or maybe the key points that we need to focus on as a country for enhancing our exports and usage, and please make it brief, 2 to 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. We are a technology company, so I have only one suggestion to make. We can reduce the carbon intensity of the steel exports very simply. So I encourage all the steel exporters of the country to deploy these solutions which directly reduce scope 1 emissions. These emissions are which are giving you measurable results. They are permanently sequestered in a brick. I was flashing the bricks in the previous sessions. So as a very humble contribution to making our green steel exports leaner is something that we bring to the table by reducing scope 1 emissions of CO2. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe last, I will go to Mr. Stefan Bisadi, Senior Procurement Specialist, ADB, for his quick comments on the opportunities.
Can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me? Thank you very much for the opportunity. So I would like to give a few comments and maybe an overview, not on a specific country, but in Asia and the Pacific, which is the territory we are covering in ADB. So ADB, as you may know, is about 69 member countries, or 49 regional from Asia and the Pacific. We are using internationally accepted and recognized procurement rules, and I would like just to give few highlights, more especially for the procurement, as it was also presented by my colleagues. So as you may know, we are really focusing on building a strong procurement system in India and also in Asia and the Pacific. And for me, fully in line with today's topic, being successfully internationally is also grounded with creating domestic capacity using internationally recognized and accepted standard. Plus, it also helps to have a traceable supply chain. So it's really fully in line with today's discussion on exportation. Because, of course, a company which is able to export has also, as it was said by Mr. Basson, I think before, has also to be strong on its domestic markets. So in few words, regarding steel, of course, we recognize that the global demand for green steel is rapidly increasing, and it has, of course, a great impact and great challenge regarding the carbon footprint. But of course, we would like also to recognize that the taxonomy, which as it was introduced in India with a star rating system based on CO2 intensity, is very encouraging for innovation, competitive pricing, and market creation. But high production costs remain a significant barrier driven by renewable energy and technology requirements. So as support we are providing as ADB, I would like to give few examples again to have this international overview. We are supporting country to develop sustainable procurement guidance note and procurement system. For example, we have ourselves a sustainable procurement guidance note which you can find in our website. You can also see that we are developing merit point criteria in the evaluation. So it means that we will give additional consideration to companies which are able to have environmental friendly initiative as moving toward green materials. And also, of course, finally, we are really focusing on building the capacity through training program, knowledge sharing events, or participation in events like today, because we are fully convinced that it's also much more related to capacity building. Voilà. Finally, to give few other initiatives we are working, for example, in Indonesia to help them to also develop a green label regarding steels, and we are also having few pilots where we have decarbonizing initiatives, and also we start to measure the carbon footprint during the construction phase, so which will be also a very good support to support the initiative as we are discussing today for green steel. Voilà, I will stop here to respect the time, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Visadi, for a very brief and pointed recommendations. So before I open this floor to the stakeholder discussions, interactions, I would request some comments from Srimati Maimun Alam, Director, Ministry of Steel.
Distinguished guests, representative from guest countries, stakeholders from the industries, and all the participants. Thank you very much for extending your views on the subject. And since we are talking about the increasing the exports, it is rightly commented by all the participants from the countries that we really need to concentrate on increasing the exports. So for that we need to regulate our traffic tariffs, most of the working on the green steel, increasing the elasticity of the steel, and the various initiatives which the mutual cooperation will take ahead for the strategic partnership between the participants of various countries to come to a solution with the innovations and mutual cooperation to get into more of the exports with India. Thank you.
Yeah, so Ashwini ji, any comments?
I don't have much comments, but I would like to give floor to DG INSDAG. We are fortunate to have Mr. P.K. Mishra here. DG INSDAG. INSDAG is an institute which focuses on how to increase steel usage in India. Mr. Mishra, your views on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Asin Kumar Saab. In fact, I was looking for this opportunity. So far, whatever discussions have taken place, they are all relating to exports, except one short comment from Mr. Avijit Kumar with regard to steel usage. Augmenting steel usage is a very, very important subject. So far in our country, we have been talking about production, productivity, grades, etc., exports. And I agree with Dr. Basan that export is a byproduct. We have to first look at the, domestic demand and how to meet that. Export could be a byproduct process. Our per capita consumption in the country is hardly 100 kg now. World average is 223 kg. For last few years, we have been growing well in terms of consumption, but this institute...
Please give your suggestions. Please give your suggestions straight away.
Yes, please. I represent Institute for Steel Development and Growth, which is dedicated to augmenting consumption of steel. We have identified a few areas where interventions are required, and if we do the intervention, certainly it is going to help increase the consumption inside the country. One could be that LCC study that we have to make LCC mandatory in GFR. We are working with a study with IIT Bombay and will provide the reports. Another could be how to equip our budding engineering students with regard to knowledge of steel. In fact, our students do not study steel at all in undergraduate courses. That's the reason why when they become professionals, they don't know how to use steel. So there are a number of reasons. In fact, Deloitte is working on in a topic, Mr. Maitra. I met your team in the room of Mr. Avijit Narendra 3-4 days back. I told them, do your groundwork. We can share our notes after you have done your study. My request to ministry officials and the steel producers, this area of augmenting steel usage need pointed and specific intervention. And we are prepared, we are available for any kind of support as an institute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra, for your quick comments. So maybe I think we'll open the floor for interaction with stakeholders. We'll have around 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes for interactions. Any comments for any, just keep it brief. Yeah, Mr. Banerjee.
Yeah, I think this is a very good
Mr.
session.
Mr. Banerjee, please. Let's focus from now onwards. Next 10 minutes, let's focus only on how to increase exports. Your suggestions on that will be welcome. Domestic consumption is already flagged, and we are mindful of that.
Yeah. So exports, when we are talking of increasing exports, I think time has come when you'll have to also see what Mr. Tatia has said, engineering exports. Because a lot of auto components, automobile, we are exporting, and a lot of steel are going there. So it is a part of the total exports scenario. And I will request Edwin, if he can introduce that indirect exports of steel study data, then it will be made very much public. And we will consider exports in a totality, exports plus engineering exports. Second point is that there are various non-tariff barriers which restrict our exports. So I think, but knowledge of non-tariff barriers imposed by other countries are very, very, so I think a lot of awareness, some knowledge paper on this non-tariff barriers imposed on other countries where export of steel from India is possible. Number 3, India has started to, value-add steel exports. For instance, if you see the composition of exports this year, steel exports, color-coated sheet has become a very predominant area. Then tin plate and CRNO. I think slowly and slowly Indian steel also are exporting value-added steel, and that is a very good thing. Now with a lot of steel expansion that are taking place, will also produce, and government scheme of PLI will be, the domestic industry will be able to produce and then export that steel. So these are 3-4 suggestions from my side.
Sir, with your permission, sir, with your permission.
Thank
sir,
you, Mr. Banerjee.
Sir.
Any other suggestions from this group? Yes, Mr. Dhawan.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. Thank you very much, sir, and I must thank both FICCI as well as Ministry of Steel for this session bringing focus on exports, as well rightly mentioned. While there is a proper attention for domestic use, there are few issues which have been flagged, suggestions are there. For example, the countries which had been traditionally importing, putting in non-tariff barriers, what I want to flag there is, it is safeguard measures. And as per WTO, safeguard measures are supposed to be for short term. And it's high time, I think, if they are going on extending on us again and again and again for such a long time, they should also go for anti-dumping route. And incidentally, recently on anti-dumping of flat products, it has been proved there was no dumping by India. If that be so, I think there is a separate route which we will have to take to thwart this, what is called a safeguard action, which is supposed to be for short duration, and as somebody mentioned, it is being perpetually being extended. That is on EU, our suggestion. Second, I fully support what Sharma Sahab has mentioned. There are countries who are surplus countries, Japan, Korea, they will always export. We are having bilateral agreement, or rather FTAs. I think in such, with such countries, this was done long time back when we were importing high valued or steel which were not. Time has come to take either steel out or have no zero duty on import of this. At least it will give us a level playing field. Third, during bilateral negotiations, we should now focus on the countries which don't produce steel. If we identify those countries which don't produce steel, I think focus on exporting to those countries will definitely bring about results. Coming to the few things, I think while we are talking about giving encouragement to the exports or continued exports, or how, I think somewhere this the government has to also give a signal that they are not anti-exports to steel, because the basic rod tap, which is not an incentive, I repeat, It is not an incentive. It is a legitimate right for a refund on any export. Why it has been excluded on steel, it is anybody's guess. But I know, sir, it is Steel Ministry has done a lot on this, and they have given full thrust to commerce finance. I think high time we have to look at it in a very thrustful way. Last one, there are countries which need steel, they import steel, but only on India there are discriminatory duties. Now, Mercosur region, we have been talking about it. Why? Now, we have such a aggressive commerce ministry and such a good negotiating team there. Perhaps they're not taking these things into account. While it was very impressive today when our commerce minister spoke, we have to have a special vision for export of steel if we are going about 500 million tons. And I'm sure, taking Mr. Besant's point forward, it is basically for domestic. But out of 500 million ton, or even from 300 million ton, 10% exports is not a very high export. It may be for very high value added. We are rich with iron ore, so a high value addition export is must. Now, coming to the last point on the green steel, I must mention here that perhaps in India today, there are a large number of units who are producing steel already with very low carbon emission. And some of them have already taken even the certificate and launched the brands. Therefore, while PLI scheme has been announced for specialty steel, I think some kind of a thrust, nobody is going to ask for very high incentives, but some kind of a thrust for export of green steel from India is going to help a lot in increasing the demand as well as production. Let me share with you our EAFs, some of the other units using BFs with DRI, they are low carbon emission units. And this steel is already available. Nobody is scared of CBAM. Only thing is it needs a special thrust. And last but not the least on the usage. I think we ourselves discussed today, if the foreign countries or the other countries have a very high demand for prefabricated structures, like transmission line tower manufacturers, they have taken a cue. It's a huge export of transmission line tower manufacturers. It is basically a prefabricated. Similarly, in construction segment, if this can be identified for exports from India, I think it will be nice. Sorry if I've taken more time.
Thank you, Mr. Dhawan. So maybe last couple of comments. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Pulkit from S&P Global. Just following up on the point about green steel, India currently, or India is rather expected to have the lowest cost of green hydrogen, a few years down the line. And it's a huge opportunity, right? I mean, the green steel market, hydrogen-based green steel market is not big today, but it is going to be certainly big in future. There are going to be buyers in the world who are going to look at, buying green steel, hydrogen-based green steel. And India can have that kind of cost advantage of supplying the world with low-cost green steel because, remember, transporting hydrogen from India to anywhere else is, much more expensive than making green steel in India and then exporting the steel. So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments, or should we close the session? Yeah, so over to Ashwini ji.
Thank you. This was a very useful discussion. I have noted down some of the important points which have emanated from this discussion. For example, including steel in rod tip, reviewing FTAs, identifying countries which don't produce steel, that probably the industry is better placed to do, how to navigate to them, issues like Mercosur, and green steel looms large in this discussion. But when we talk of exporting, we are talking of exporting steel. If China exported 100 million ton steel last year, what proportion of it was green steel? You see, there is an international market for green steel and there is an international market for not so green steel also. So let's not shy away from this. Indian steel companies I'll be extremely happy if they pull up their socks. Global economy is in choppy waters, we all know, but we have to somehow improve our competition game, and we have to capture the external markets also. Domestic market is in any case very robust, growing at a very healthy pace, but let's not be complacent given the domestic market, and we do need to export. I am convinced we do need to export, and whatever others say, Indian steel companies must have a global perspective, global vision. We must become the global hub for steel manufacturing and supply. I'm thankful to all of you for your suggestions, and believe you me, Ministry of Steel is very serious on these issues, and we will keep pursuing this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashwini ji. So maybe I just conclude this session. Of course, we spoke a lot about various areas to enhance steel exports and usage. Clearly, as we are looking at a per capita of 104 kgs, there's of course a very robust domestic market, but also there's an export market. The Honorable Prime Minister yesterday set a target for us that 25 million tons export by 2030, which is very much doable. And of course, if you look at 10 to 15% of 450 million tons of consumption, so we are looking at anywhere between 50 to 70 million tons of exports by 2047. Clearly, I think one of a few areas, as was mentioned, that you looked at specific products like value-added steel, also embedded steel products like engineering products, as well as how do we mitigate some of the non-tariff barriers, how do we improve our capabilities. And of course, green steel is one part of it, because the world is changing towards green energy transition, but there is a market for non-green steel as well, which we need to target. And last is, of course, what kind of support in terms of people mentioned about rod tape and other schemes. So of course the government is working towards it. And last is, how do you, I mean, one of the aspects that probably we didn't discuss much is that how do we brand India globally in terms of our products. We are making some of the best quality products, the best, I would say, engineered products, especially for segments like aerospace, defense, and others, which has been started. So how do we sell those products globally is something that probably we need to look at as well. So thank you so much for your time, and it was indeed a pleasure, and look forward to kind of meeting each of you. Thank you.
So yesterday morning I was here, so I could follow
attended the sessions?
Yeah. And then also this morning, and I will leave this night.
Oh, that's a short trip.
Yes, very short.
Yeah. So, just give us 5 more minutes. I think people are getting in. By towards the end of the day, there are spillovers who.
No, it's not.
Mr. Filippo, one request. There are two files by the same name. One has RENA also written. Is it the RENA or just India Steel 2025?
The
pen drive.
Yeah, in the pen drive there is a PowerPoint, only a PowerPoint, I think.
We have multiple files in that.
Can I check?
Of course, sir.
Yes. Just a minute that they are uploading the presentation.
So you're going to talk about decarbonization?
Yes. And perfect.
Try this one also, the clicker.
Oh,
Perfect?
Perfect. Okay.
Perfect. So
Okay.
we'll displace it once your session comes, right?
Okay.
Right,
So thank you.
So your pen drive.
Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm and a good afternoon to each one of you. I'll request everybody to kindly be seated. We shall be commencing shortly. Well, once again, a very good afternoon to each one of you out here. Well, let's look forward for a very insightful session today. I'll request everybody to kindly be seated as we shall be commencing within next 3 to 4 minutes. Well, once again, a very warm welcome to each one of you. Requesting each one of you to kindly be seated as we shall be commencing shortly.
Hello, hello.
Well, a very good afternoon. Namaste and a good afternoon, esteemed delegates, industry pioneers, and champions of sustainable innovation. Welcome to this significant session on carbon neutral steel production and carbon capture as we navigate the complexities of industrial growth and environmental stewardship. The steel industry stands today at a very transformative phase. While India's steel industry is at the crossroads where the shift towards sustainable green steel production is just not only important for reducing emissions, but also for maintaining the competitiveness in rapidly decarbonizing global market. Well, today, by embracing renewable energy, innovative technology, and policy interventions, India has the potential to lead the charge in sustainable steel production. India's evolution towards sustainability is just not only desirable, but it's imperative. Well, let's move forward today, and we are honored and privileged to be calling upon the leader who has been instrumental in steering policy framework that balance industrial advancement with environmental responsibility. Please join me in welcoming Shri Rajkumar, Joint Director at Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? He is also an Indian Economic Service Officer. Thank you, sir, and a very warm welcome. Well, today, as it's our privilege right now to introduce Shri Filippo Turilli, Chief Scientist at RENA Consulting, CSM. Well, he is expert in steelmaking process optimization, environmental performance improvement, and industrial decarbonization. He led international projects including World Bank, European Commission funded studies on energy efficiency, CO2 reduction, and sustainable steel technology. With that, he also got his master's degree in chemistry and then specialized in material research and manufacturing process. Well, he is a senior scientist responsible for manufacturing process improvement related to coal and steel. More than 2 decades of experience and expertise in projects related to industrial process with main focus on steel and metal sector for private consumer and funded projects. Well, today is an honor that he shall be presenting a very significant topic among us. Well, please join me in welcoming Srili on the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for him as well?
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Good afternoon all. Today we are going to have the paper presentation on the decarbonization of the steel industry. We all know that our steel industry is very important for the economy perspective. It contributes around 2% of the GDP, and it provides employment to around 2.5 million people in this country. But at the same time, it also contributes around 12% of our total CO2 emissions. Globally, it is 6 to 7%. But with respect to India, because our steel industry is mainly coal dependent, so the CO2 emission is much higher in respect of Indian steel industries. So whenever we talk about the decarbonization, first of all, we have to achieve the global standard. At the same time, we have to innovate the process, the steel making process, so that we can reduce further. So this should be the path of the decarbonization. In case of India, our India's GDP in this year has grown by 6.5%, and it is expected that our India GDP will grow 6.5 to 7% in the next year also. With this economic development, the demand of steel is expected to increase because of the infrastructure development related project, because of the demand for the higher urbanization. So we are going to have more and more steel demand. The Indian government in the India's steel policy, we basically thought that we should be able to produce 300 metric ton of the steel production by 2030 and 500 metric ton by 2047. But with the increasing steel production to satisfy the steel demand, the pollution from the steel sector is bound to increase. And we have to do something about this basic emission level, because if we are not able to control this thing, our future will be in a very uncertain environment, because for example, European countries are putting a lot of restriction. Our 50% of our export go to EU only, and such kind of phenomena we will have the experience of such type of phenomena in more and more countries. So we have to think about the decarbonization, and if we don't do anything with respect to this, we will be in a trouble. So in this context, I invite Mr. Filippo to present his paper so that it can guide us to achieve the decarbonization with respect to steel industry. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you for your kind introduction. I will present this afternoon, after a very quick presentation of my company, I'm going to present basically our project about the decarbonization of steel production and with some specific highlights on the purity of materials, on the melting step, and also on the combustion issues. And I will conclude with a focus on activities, on some relevant activities, some relevant examples that we performed regarding carbon capture and storage. First, let me spend really very few words about my company, that is RENA. More or less, we have 6,000 employees, and we have offices in 70 countries. Also in India, we have 2 offices, in Delhi and in Mumbai. And we work in 6 business lines. I belong to the business lines industry, but we have a business line dealing with the energy, marine sector, certification. We are mainly known as a certification body, but we are involved also in a lot of consultancies activities, as you can see. And just regarding innovation, up to now we have more than 150 R&D projects. And regarding at the European level, we are the first industrial participant in a European funded project based on number of participation. So we have the largest number of share of project at the European level, and more or less each year we have 20 million euros of grants from project for R&D activities. So we are strongly involved in those type of activities. Sorry, okay, it works. So regarding decarbonization, what we can offer, we try to work in an integrated view. So we run innovation project in cooperation with industrial, with academic partners. We perform strategy consulting in order to develop customized strategies for companies, evaluating the impact of CO2 emission on the efficiency and so on. We perform training activities with tailored program. We perform technical support with the assistance for the implementation of decarbonization solutions. So we can perform also on-premises activity and working jointly with the companies and working jointly to improve their production processes, including also support in the permitting, engineering, safety, and also in management activities. And then, as also I mentioned before, we are also a certification body. Regarding the decarbonization, this is the common way in which decarbonization is structured. So a group of technologies is addressed as the carbon direct avoidance, which means full elimination of fossils into the production process. So this means utilization of hydrogen or utilization of electricity. Another possibility is from the carbon capture and the usage, what is called CCU activities, which also include conversion of carbon oxide. And then there is a larger set of activities in general addressed as a process integration, which means the improvement of the current processes, adopting some technological improvement, for example, injection of gas, of polymers, of biochar into the blast furnace, but also into the electrical furnace. They improve the capability to use scrap to produce high-grade steel and so on. So process integration means how to integrate the current processes without the application of breakthrough technologies, but just mitigating in this sense the CO2 emissions. Our project, our Hydra project, in reality belongs to all the steps that we have identified, in the sense that introduces breakthrough technologies, but also several aspects regarding process integration, and it is also equipped, as I will show you, with the carbon capture unit. In our project Hydra, we are erecting an open platform in order to support the decarbonization transition of the company. In the picture that you see on the right, you see the current building and the plant that is on the left. It is a drawing because the plant is under action nowadays, and the direction will be concluded in December. So before launching this project, we performed an analysis of the current technologies, the traditional, the conventional, and also the technologies that are under development, and we decided to focus on the shaft furnace for the direct reduction of iron ore. This technology has some advantages. Is a process that is already developed at an industrial level, is currently applied in operation with natural gas, and also the integration with electrical furnace is something that is already applied. So we are not speaking of a new technology, we are speaking of novel technologies which must be adapted to work under hydrogen substitution of natural gas. And for sure, the CCS option is an integration which allows the complete process decarbonization, because I can anticipate that this facility is able to work also in hybrid mode, which means blending natural gas with hydrogen. So at the end, you may have a residual amount of CO2 which must be treated. As I said, all the facility will be completed by the end of this year, while the activities regarding downstream processes, as I will illustrate, already started. In parallel, there is the realization of advanced labs for qualification of material and component, and this platform is a unique integration of pilot plant and advanced laboratories. And this platform is conceptually open to continuous improvement. So, as I said also in another session, we started thinking to a pilot plant. We recognized that it was necessary to enlarge to an experimental platform integrated with the two pilot plants, the DRI and the electrical furnace and the labs. And now we understand that it is necessary also a further step to an innovation hub, which means the possibility also to integrate further technologies, also with the temporary installations. For example, if a customer wants to test an electrolyzer or an innovative device, can be installed in close connection with this facility and can be tested. An important issue regarding the concept that is behind our project is flexibility. Flexibility because the transition toward the hydrogen-based steelmaking will not be a short process, because a lot of aspects are under discussion, because we don't have enough renewable energy for green hydrogen, and because there are also a lot of issues regarding the quality of the material. So flexibility means use a different blend of natural gas and hydrogen. Flexibility means to have the capability to manage melting of DRI and scrap in electrical furnace with different amount, with variable amount of scrap and DRI in the same steel factory. So flexibility means the capability to be able to adopt modification of operating practice. Flexibility means also the capability to use hydrogen, again blended with the natural gas in downstream process, and also to use secondary carbon carriers in electrical furnace to fully replace the utilization of fossils for foaming purposes. So the project is divided into 4 streams, or I would say into 4 work packages. The first one is devoted to the erection and the development of methodologies for testing and qualification of material and components to be used for the transport of hydrogen, transport and storage for sure of hydrogen. The VP2 and VP3 are the core of the project. The VP2 is devoted to the erection of the direct reduction plant. The VP3 is about the pilot plant of electrical furnace, while VP4 is for the downstream processes, so the hydrogen utilization in reheating and heat treatment furnaces. As I said, in VP1 we already have laboratories for these purposes, but we are enlarging our labs, and the idea is to have an important capability to test materials in order to select materials and component, to study the functional compatibility of pipelines and components, to study the performance and reliability of under different operational scenarios, to be able also to perform pipeline and fit integrity status, and which requiring through integrity assessment. The capability to perform also activity of assessment and certification of the existing network. This is an important topic in a transitory logic, and also to support all the activities regarding health and safety. And another issue is to work as a training hub. The VP2, as I said, is about the erection of a pilot plant for the direct reduction of iron ore. And what we expect to study with our pilot facilities, that as I repeat, it is an open platform, is to study the process performances and the operating condition. And performances, I mean the production rate, the metallization degree, and to tailor the carbon content in DRI. This is an important issue. Operating conditions means pellet of different dimensions and quality, different mixture of reducing gases, which basically is hydrogen, but can be also hydrogen, natural gas, or syngas. And also to test the effect of the flow rate and temperature. The testing campaign will allow to investigate the stability, the reliability in terms of performance, in terms of components. Also the system for top gas recycling is an important aspect. And we are also going to study the system for gas preheating. The preheating of the reduced gases is a really an important aspect, because it must ensure the control of the temperature inside the reactor. And we must take into account that the reduction with the carbon monoxide is endothermic, while with hydrogen is endothermic. So the heat management is really a key factor for the success of this technology. Here I reported some main parameters of our pilot facility, just to remind that the productivity is 100 kilograms per hour of DRI produced, which means more or less 1 tons per day. In parallel, in the first version of the project, we wanted to just to install a pilot plant for DRI, but speaking with the steel makers, we understood that the process of DRI production and DRI melting must be considered together as a unique process, and it is important to have both facilities. That's why we also are installing a pilot electrical furnace. The capacity of the furnace is of 7 tons, is a 3 electrode furnace with the possibility to charge scrap and DRI. The charging of DRI can be carried out continuously, and we also installed the lances for the injection of solid materials, which is coal additive, but also alternative carbonaceous materials as polymers, biochar, and rubber grains, because also the sustainability and the circular economy issues are important factors also to be, let's say, considered also in those type of activities. So we are going to test scrap and DRI with a different percentage and with different percentage of carbon. I forgot to mention also that the furnace is equipped with a burner able to work with 100% of hydrogen. So the idea is to have a melting step fully decarbonized. So the only residual source of carbon in this electrical furnace will be the electrodes. Here you have some main parameters of our pilot facilities. Just remind you that it has a 7 tons capacity. The scope of the test will be to evaluate the energy, the material consumption as a function of the different charge of the furnace, to evaluate the impact on the steel quality that will be produced, and also to define the best slag properties. I can anticipate that the slag management, I think that is a key issue in this technology, because when you use DRI, depending on the quality of DRI, you are increasing the amount of slag, and you are increasing the amount of 3, 4, 5 times of slag. So we believe that if you just follow the target to reproduce the slag composition of the current industrial practice, you will end up with a very, very large volume of slag. We believe that we must optimize also the slag composition, targeting not simply the slag composition, but the slag properties which are necessary for the process. So this VP, the 2 and 3, are the core of the project, and the activities must be considered in an integrated way. So one important issue is to minimize the energy cost of all the integrated process, so DRI production and melting step, as a function of quality of the input material and as a function also of the blends hydrogen and natural gas. Then another important aspect is to use those facilities as a training hub, because we are installing new plants in the steel factories that never use those type of plants. So this facility can give the possibility to train the technician in a plant that is scalable, that is immediately scalable to larger industrial plant. Those plants are a state-of-the-art plant and are provided by Tenova, so we are not plant providers. We acquired the plant, so the idea is to study the process and not to study the plant, even if probably some improvements will be defined. And this just to remind the fact that results that this plant is let's say a reproduction of what is available at industrial level, and what you do with this pilot plant can be applied at a larger level. This is very important. Finally, the last part is devoted to the activities for downstream processes. We already started working, so while for the DRI and EAF we are installing our pilot facilities, which will be ready end of the year. Regarding the downstream processes, we already started working. And here you can see a lab apparatus and a combustion station. With the lab apparatus, we are studying the interaction among the hydrogen combustion atmospheres with steel. So here you can see the curve from a thermogravimetric test, and you can see also a picture of a scale. This is one of the most impressive results that we have obtained. You see the scale formed simulating natural gas combustion on the left, and you can see the scale formed simulating the hydrogen combustion atmosphere on the right, and you see how the scale amount has been increased by the presence of water vapor in the atmosphere. This does not mean that all the steel behaves in this way, and this does not mean that you cannot use hydrogen in rating furnaces. This means that you must know which is the effect of the water vapor on the steel surfaces, and I can see that this effect is strongly dependent on temperature, time for sure, and also on the steel grade. So this is a carbon steel with very high silicon content, and this behavior is not the same for each steel grade. You see in the curve that at 900 of degrees we don't have a difference of scale formation. At 1050,000 of degrees we have an intermediate behavior. At 12,000 degrees we have a 30% of increase of scale formation. Another important aspect, you see in a question, we can calibrate the model of scale growth. So once we have the model calibrated, we can simulate the scale formation varying temperature and time. So we can couple this information with the real operating parameters of heating furnaces, and we can simulate what happens in the heating furnace as a function of the physical parameters. And this is an important aspect. This is the timeline of our project. So we are going to, within this year, we are going to install our facilities. The commissioning will start at the beginning of next year. The labs for the material characterization also will be completed this year, but we are already equipped to perform test, mechanical testing, and also treatment of materials under hydrogen atmosphere. We are enlarging our capability, but we already have. This project will end in December 2028, and then it will be fully on the market. But we can perform, in any case, activities for private customers just starting from next year. We have to declare the cost to the European Union because this is a funded project in order to remove those profit from the funded amount. But we can perform all the activities starting from next year. So just some highlights. I will go very rapidly. So what we think that are the main aspects to be studied, to be, let's say, investigated. One is how to manage the different quality of the input materials from the point of view of the kinetic of the reduction process, but also from the point of view of the melting step in the electrical furnace. Another important aspect, I will come back also for the melting step. Another important aspect is the capability to work in a flexible way, because we know that green hydrogen will not be available in a short time. So the important aspect is to be able to work also in a flexible way. You see here reported some expected project at the European level regarding the improved capability to produce green hydrogen, but most of the projects are expected, are planned, and only a small amount, a relatively small amount of project is running. So we must be able to work also with the different gas species. Also, I can make an example. We can imagine to work with the syngas from the gasification of waste material, for example. This can be an alternative source of reducing agent, and we must be able to work also in this aspect. About the melting step, for the moment we installed an electrical furnace, but which is the best solution is a discussion that is still ongoing. Our facility is in any case already designed also for the installation of OSBF furnace, which is open slag bath furnace. So we will start with electrical furnace, but probably in the near future we will implement also another melting facility. Another important aspect, as I said, is the behavior of the material under the hydrogen atmosphere. So a lot of activities has already been done in the past. There is a lot of literature about hydrogen embrittlement and so on. But an issue is important to perform more deep studies and also to see how the material behaves also using variable mix of hydrogen blended with other gas. We can perform also activities of hydrogen blended with pollutants in our lab. If we take into account that we will in any case continue to use natural gas reducing agent, we have also be able to support, to perform activities, support carbon capture and storage activities. So as RINA Group, we work on several activities. Here I reported the list of the activities in which we are performing. So we perform a technology scouting because there is not a unique technology for carbon capture. It depends on the nature of the stream, and also it depends on the boundary condition of the industrial site. So a lot of activities that we performed were about the technology scouting, technology observatory, the evaluation of the maturity of the technologies, the market sector analysis in case of further utilization of CO2 for conversion in other chemicals. We can support research and development. And also I can go to the last row this slide, we can perform also consulting and services and asset repurposing for CO2. Here I reported just some examples, just to give an idea of our activities regarding the support to CCS activities. So close to our pilot facilities, we already have a testing loop for the testing of material for transportation and storage of CO2. So we have 3 different closed-loop lines for pressure cycling test, and we have the possibility to test full-scale pipe up to 36 inch of outer diameter, also with internal coating. We can test polymeric piping, gauzes, small specimens, and we can put also contaminants in our CO2, for example, humidity, hydrogen sulfide, NOx and SOx. And we have a blowdown system. We can perform also long duration pressure cycling up to 25 megapascal. We can perform also full-scale test. Here you see our facility that we have in Sardinia, in which we can put a pipe under pressure. The pipe is instrumented with a sensor, and then the pipe can be exploded, and we can study the crack propagation, and we can study pipeline up to 56 inch, and the internal pressure can range from 100 to 220 bar. And here are 2 other examples of activities that we performed. This is the client was a terminal, and he asked Turina to perform a basic design for a CO2 terminal, including the unloading of liquid CO2, the temporary storage, the pressurization step, and also the vessel loading. And the project, including the basic design, the operating philosophy, the preliminary P&I, and the cost estimation, and also the equipment list. And this is a similar example. In this case, the client, it was an energy player, wanted to investigate the opportunity to capture and segregate part of the carbon dioxide that is emitted from the power plant, in order to identify the technical and commercial feasible solution. So we analyzed the available technologies for carbon capture, and we analyzed the option for segregation and reutilization. We identified the proper site for sure, and also we make a sort of inventory of infrastructure which were necessary, and we individuated the synergies with other initiatives, and also we made a support for the regulatory framework, and also for the permitting, and also the solution for sure. So this was the last example. Here I reported some reference of the European project. For example, in the previous slide I mentioned activities that we performed for private customers. I could not mention the customers. Here I reported the European project in which we were involved related to the CO2 capture and transformation. So this is my last slide. Thank you very much for your attention, and I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Filippo, for such an enlightening presentation. I'll request for a Q&A session. If you have any questions in regards to the presentation, kindly put your hands up, and then we'll give you them. We have one question from the lady. Yeah. Can you start by introducing your name and company name?
Sure. I'm Trisha from Tata Steel.
Okay.
Not really from the sustainability vertical, so very basic questions.
Okay.
The first one is on the flexibility on biochar and the secondary carbon carriers that you said. In this technology, what is the maximum allowed limit of the secondary carbon carriers? And the second question is around natural gas and green hydrogen, which I understand is very necessary for the technology. Given the availability scenario in India, when do you think is a good time to market in India, in the Indian market? These 2 questions.
So the first question is about the first question was about the biochar utilization in the electric. So For the moment, we are foreseeing biochar utilization in the electrical furnace. So the idea, we already have experience on this activity. We performed also industrial activities in a European funded project, and we worked with an Italian steel factories that is Ferriere Nord, that is in the north of Italy. So we are confident that we should perform it without utilization of coal. So the idea is to fully run the foaming processes with the secondary carbon carriers.
Okay, okay. So 100% is what we could go with in this technology.
You know that in general the carbon usage in the electrical furnace is in the order of magnitude of 10, 12, 15 kilograms per ton of steel. So we will move. Okay, we are in a pilot facility, but we will move to scaling up this amount, and the idea is to perform trials. Let's say using only biochar. In case of DRI produced with the hydrogen, there is another issue, that is decarbonization of the steel bath. And this is, let's say, a brand new activity, so we do not know how biochar will behave. We know from small-scale activities that we performed that in case of utilization of biochar with a volatile content, let's say below 20%, in general has a good behavior in carburizing the steel bath.
Sure.
So we are confident that we will be able to carburize the steel bath based also on preliminary activities that we performed in our. We have small furnaces with 20 kilograms of molten bath. We put the biochar in contact with the molten steel, and we made a mass balance after the test.
Sure.
If you use biochar with a very high volatile content, you have a competition between volatilization and dissolution.
Yeah, that's right.
The second question, please, you should remind me.
Yeah, so I had asked that given the availability of natural gas and green hydrogen still remains in question, when do you think is a good time to market for the Indian market specifically?
Oh, it's a very difficult question in the sense that the availability of green hydrogen is really a difficult issue to be managed.
Yeah.
I'm not able to give a time frame. What I can say is that from my point of view, we must consider also other technologies which can integrate the green hydrogen production with electrolyzer.
Yeah.
I mean that also the traditional steam methane reforming coupled with carbon capture and storage, from my point of view, is a good option, because the CO2 flow that you have from the steam reforming is relatively concentrated and let's say almost pure.
Yeah, and it's important to have the alternatives.
And there is also an emerging technology that is that is called methane pyrolysis. That also can be, I think, it's still at low TRL, but I think that it is an emerging and interesting technology to be evaluated.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Myself, I am Praveen, General Manager, Environment, Steel Authority of India Limited. My question is, can you hear me? My question is, this is regarding the percentage of hydrogen, how much we can go up to? That is when you are mixing with natural gas. Okay, there are any restrictions if you go up to 100%? And to what extent the research right now that is you have gone up to in your trial that you have conducted?
So the plant is designed to work in both conditions, so from 100% natural gas and 100% hydrogen. In this moment, both gases, so natural gas and hydrogen, are provided by vacuum tank, and we have a blending station to blend the two gases. So basically, we can work with the percentage that we want. So in our idea, we will perform some production batch testing some, let's say, 100% natural gas, an intermediate percentage. We will see if 50-50, but we are thinking about it, and then 100% of hydrogen. And this will give us the first idea of the performances of the plant. Then we will open also to indication and suggestion. We will interact also with the steel makers in order also to have a suggestion for the further test.
Okay.
Because we are researchers, but we need to work in cooperation with companies for sure. So we are open also to indication about which could be, let's say, other further tests to be carried out.
Now, my question is, what are the limitations? If you go for 100% utilization of hydrogen, are there any technological difficulties in use of hydrogen in DRA, 100%? Or you have to go for a certain percent natural gas along with hydrogen?
But
because if you are using hydrogen, it is a kind of an endothermic reaction. So even I think you are in presentation also, you have mentioned that the metal embrittlement is also a factor. So whether these things are considered in increasing the hydrogen percentage?
So sorry, because there is a lot of noise in the surrounding, so maybe I didn't catch everything. There is not a technological limitation in the plant. The only issue that personally I consider and that will be an important aspect of the activities is the behavior also of the DRI in the electrical furnace, in the sense that when you have to manage a DRI that is totally free of carbon, you are increasing the melting temperature, so the melting step is will consume more energy. It may affect the productivity of the furnace, and in any case you have to provide carbon to the steel. So the only limitation is if it is convenient or not to have a fully decarbonized DRI, or if it is better to have, let me say, a residual or a smaller amount of natural gas, not for reducing, but for carbonization of DRI. This is the only limitation that I see in the technology, but from the operating point of view, we can work as we want.
Okay. One final question. What about the research that you are doing for converting CO2 into ethanol using hydrogen? CO2 to ethanol, because that is also an emerging research, I understand.
Thanks. We don't have our own activities for CO2 conversion, so the activities that I mentioned were, let's say, feasibilities and technology scouting. So we just consider what is available on the market, and we try to identify the best or the most suitable solution for the customer, but we don't have our own, let's say, experience on that.
Do we have more questions? I think that's an absolutely amazing presentation. Well, I think this was your presentation which deep dive into the groundbreaking innovations redefining the future of sustainable steel making. Your innovation truly illustrates here the steel sector readiness to embrace sustainability. Well, lastly, if you have any questions, we can go ahead, or else. But I think it was a fabulous presentation. We do have one question here. Please feel free, because I think this is an absolute great platform to share, exchange knowledge and ideas.
Hello, my name is Harshila Pednekar. I am one of the student delegates representing Rizvi College of Engineering. I have one question which I'm curious about. What do you think, which country would you believe is most likely to become the first major hub for producing carbon neutral steel with the carbon capture technology? Thank you.
So
Which country do you think would become the first one to produce green steel using carbon capture? Using carbon capture technology, you said.
Yeah, and I don't know if there will be, let's say, a full decarbonization of the steel sector with carbon capture, but for sure there are important projects also in Italy. We have in the Adriatic Sea, we have a very large geological site for carbon capture. There are important projects also in China and in the United States. I know that Total is strongly involved in those type of activities. And regarding the Italian situation, in this moment, the hub in the Adriatic Sea mainly involves power stations, and there is a steel factory involved that is Marcegaglia, and they are a secondary steel producers. But for sure in Italy in this moment, so we will have a relevant example of carbon capture, but we will not be a leading country for this aspect. I think that there are important project runnings in US and also in China.
Fabulous. Well, let's get going. If we have no questions, great. We do have. That's so amazing. I think we should have some questions. Great platform once again.
Greetings, sir. Just like her, I'm also a student. I'm from VJTI. Out of curiosity also, I just wanted to know, with these safety concerns related to hydrogen and steel integration, is there any changes in terms of safety given to you by the regulatory bodies of the government? I'll repeat. My question was that the integration of hydrogen and steel plants will also bring in some safety concerns as well. So are there any changes to the safety concerns given to the organization by the regulatory bodies?
Well, we have to take into account two aspects, in my opinion. First, that hydrogen is largely used in other sectors. For example, in oil refinery, hydrogen is currently used. Up to now, there is a limited utilization of hydrogen in the steel factories, not as a reducing gadget, not for as energy vector, but for the atmosphere, for surface treatment. So some steel factories are, but a small amount of steel factories are already trained for hydrogen utilization. So in any case, I mentioned the training in several slides because we are introducing hydrogen in a sector which is not, let's say, used or trained enough to use hydrogen, but in any case, we can collect the experience from the other sectors. So, and I can tell you that when we started the combustion test in our combustion station, it seems that we were using a very dangerous materials, but in reality we could run the combustion station without particular problems. And even when we performed demonstrative test of utilization of hydrogen, for example, in rating furnaces, we just had to change something. For example, the safety distance are different respect to the natural gas. Some components must be changed because some materials are not qualified for utilization of hydrogen. There is still a lack of certification of some components. This is true. But in any case, it is something that is feasible, and we know we are, let's say, we have the experience, we are improving our experience day by day, how to, let's say, include hydrogen in a steel factory. So it's an important aspect, but it's not a barrier, it is not a limiting factor.
One last question. I come from an automobile industry background. So in automobile industry also, what they are trying to do is, you must have heard of hydrogen fueled cells and everything, and hydrogen fueled vehicles basically. The reason we are lacking over here is because hydrogen as a fuel or as a chemical is expensive to procure, to manufacture. So what do you think regarding this mechanical industry if they have to consider hydrogen steel? Is this sustainable, feasible in terms of technology as well as financially to the country?
You know, I have my opinion, and if you ask, it's like when you go to 3 different doctors, you will have 3 different medicines and 3 different opinion. I think that at industrial level, the hydrogen utilization is something that will be progressive, but it is feasible. Probably there should be a combination between on-site production and hydrogen valley, in the sense that steel requires a lot of hydrogen. And in Sweden, for example, in Boden, they will produce all the hydrogen that they need. They are installed 800 megawatt of electrolyzers, so a city of electrolyzers, but they have space and they have a renewable energy. So each situation is different, but I think it will be progressive, but it will be feasible. Regarding the utilization of hydrogen for transportation, I think that could be an interesting option for marine transportation. I see a difficult application for vehicles, for small vehicles, for cars. In this way, I don't think that it is a viable solution, but it's just my opinion.
Thank you for your time and response.
And one question, this is regarding the infrastructure that is required for the storage and transportation of hydrogen. Whether the existing infrastructure for the transportation of natural gas, whether it is sufficient enough to do the job for hydrogen also?
We are experiencing a similar situation also in Italy, because we have a very important network of natural gas. This is not the same in other countries in which they already use electricity but we have a very important network for natural gas, and I can tell you that as ERINA we are certifying our gas network for utilization, if I'm not wrong, in this moment up to 10% of hydrogen. Maybe 10% seems a small percentage, but if we think to billions of cubic meters of natural gas, in any case, 10% is a huge amount of hydrogen. And another aspect is the final utilization, for example, the burners. So we performed also activities with existing burners, so burners designed with natural gas, and we tested these burners in blends with the hydrogen and natural gas, and depending on the type of the burners, we tested the burners for heating furnaces, we are testing burners for radiant tubes, and we tested also burners for preheating of refractories. And depending on the technologies, conditions, and so on, we have seen that between 20 and 40% in general, those burners can work. So I think that as an intermediate solution, it is fundamental to certify and to test the existing infrastructures and to use them blended with the hydrogen. I think that it is the only way to start with hydrogen utilization.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. On that note, thank you so much, Mr. Filippo Cirelli, for an enlightening presentation, and thank you everybody for active participation. We also are very privileged and honored to be joined by another pioneering leader, Srimati Abha Seth, Assistant Secretary General at FICCI. Her unwavering dedication to fostering industry collaboration and sustainable practices has been extremely instrumental in shaping today's disclosure. That's not all. Her expertise lies in assisting companies in achieving sustainability through strategic intervention and ecosystem-based approaches. Well, she plays a very important role with guiding industry towards more resilient and environmentally conscious practices. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Srimati Abha Seth, She shall be concluding and summarizing this absolutely productive and a very interactive session. Over to you and a warm welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everybody for your presence here. And if you took note of my email, if you have some answers also in the next days, in general, I'm fully available to answer. I received a lot of emails, so do not worry if it will take some days and if I will not answer within 5 minutes, but I'm fully available. Thank you very much.
And before I put forward a vote of thanks to our learned speaker, I think I must first apologize to him for very bad acoustics in the hall. I've heard of a blind spot, but today we are in a whirring zone. We are not able to hear on this side very well, and that is why I had to repeat your questions to him. But I think you must catch hold of him one-on-one on that side of the hall so that you can get better answers to your questions. An absolute honor to deliver vote of thanks to Professor Filippo Cirilli. This session highlighted both the promise and the hurdles, both infrastructural and economic, for carbon neutral steel production. However, we do believe that, anchored by national initiatives like the Green Steel Mission and Green Hydrogen Mission, India has a unique opportunity to lead in shaping a transparent and scalable low-carbon industrial transition. Our sincere appreciation goes to Mr. Filippo Cirilli for sharing his expertise from the RENA Group. Your insights have widened our understanding of the subject, of how hydrogen-based DRI could redefine steel production by enabling near-zero emissions. We also extend our profound thanks to Mr. Raj Kumar, Joint Director, Ministry of Steel, for setting the context. We are grateful to Ministry of Steel for proactive leadership in launching the Green Steel Taxonomy and for creating this platform today for the dialogue on the CCUS and steel decarbonization. And to every delegate present in this room, thank you for your active participation.
Thank you. Well, as we come to the close of this remarkable session, we take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Filippo, and hence I shall request Shri Raj Kumar, Joint Director at the Ministry of Steel, Government of India, to kindly present a memento to Mr. Filippo Cirilli. And please accept the memento, as it was a very insightful and a valuable presentation. Well, thank you all the leaders out here. And as we draw this session to close, it's evident that the journey towards carbon neutral steel production is both challenging and, of course, important. Through collaborative efforts, innovative technologies, and unwavering commitment, the steel industry is poised to redefine its legacy, one that harmonizes economic growth with environmental preservation. Thank you, each one of you, for your active participation and engagement. Let's continue to forge pathways to a sustainable future. Thanking all of you. Thank you.